So it is 9:30 a.m. and I will do a quick roll call to ensure that we've got everyone here. And I will do it in a little bit different order. So Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
I do actually see you with my eyes. Councillor Hamilton.
I am present.
Good
Hello.
morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
I see you there. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Tankaren.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, and I am here, so I think we've got a full house except for the mayor, who is busy with important city business at the moment, but he will be joining us soon. Okay, so at this point, it occurred to me that tomorrow is National Indigenous Peoples Day. And so I would like to take a little bit extra time with the treaty acknowledgement. And so on occasion, council and or committee will offer a treaty acknowledgement to begin the proceedings. This is in response to the 94 calls to action made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. To many, it can come across as rote, as a signal of virtue, or simply checking a box. At times, people may even roll their eyes because they wonder what the importance of this is. You know, and that's because there's the almost ritual words that we can anticipate by now. So today I would like to offer something a little different. I would like to offer in a brief and small way an explanation of why we offer treaty acknowledgement and what it actually means for all of us. Now, considering that tomorrow's National Indigenous Peoples Day, it seems appropriate to talk about these agreements made with Canada, or at the time the British Empire, and on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. So to begin, the number of treaties in Canada were signed over a period of decades across much of this nation. Indeed, they can be considered the founding documents of this country, the legal apparatuses that allow Canada as we know it to exist. They were signed not in culmination of war, but as a founding and certainty of peace. Treaty 6 was agreed to by two different peoples with two very different worldviews. Municipalities, provinces, and the federal government are bound by the language of laws. The English language is a noun-based language that by its nature lends itself to the concept of physical time-based ownership. The Cree language is a verb-based language that, while certainly has nouns, is more focused on action, relationships, and an understanding of cycles and impermanence. As you can imagine, this led to two entirely different understandings of what the words of treaty conveyed. This difference could have led us to fundamentally important understandings and concepts, and in many ways one could argue it did. However, it also led to some of the most terrible acts we can imagine that led to many of the social ills we see today and that we tackle today as a municipality when we think of Canada and First Nations and Métis people. This was in large part due to the Indian Act, a rarity in that it is a solely race-based piece of legislation and a fundamental tool by which treaties were weakened. The following are some of the impacts of the Indian Act, and this is by no means a comprehensive list. The Indian Act denied women status. It introduced residential schools. It created reserves. It renamed individuals with European names and restricted First Nations from leaving the reserve without permission from an Indian Act. Now, the past system was a policy endorsed by the government. It was never an order in council or regulation, but was definitely designed to keep First Nations on the reserve and away from other communities. And it also physically relocated reserves away from municipalities if it was deemed expedient, and we actually have that experience here in Edmonton. It also denied First Nations people the right to vote, and it forbade First Nations from forming political organizations. You know, as an aside, my grandmother didn't even get the right to vote until she was older. It also forbade First Nations from practicing their traditional ceremonies, and forbade Western First Nations from appearing in any public dance, show, or exhibition, stampede, or pageant wearing traditional regalia. And it declared Sundance and potlatch and other cultural ceremonies illegal. So the Indian Act imposed a great personal, economic, and cultural tragedy on First Nations, many of which continue to affect communities, families, and individuals today. And these acts of genocide did not just occur in the past, but their echoes persist. More than half of the children in care in Canada are Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Our women and girls continue to go missing in a country where they represent a small percentage of the overall population, but a disproportionately large percentage of crimes committed against them. The majority of these ills are a direct result of generations of abuse, neglect, and dishonoring of treaty agreements at the hands of the federal government. And many people feel resentful when they hear these sobering statistics and more. They feel like someone is blaming them. Now, they should not. No one here is to blame. But Canada has been the beneficiary of this colonialism, and making treaty acknowledgements are one way by which we begin to heal this relationship so we might prosper together. Our yesterdays have been determined. Our tomorrows are waiting for us to decide. Now, I will add at this point that everything that happened was technically legal. The law can control a person's autonomy, it can control their body, their right to express themselves, and to freedom to live and love as they feel they should. So as I give this acknowledgement, I would ask that you reflect on the power and purpose of government and to ponder your place within it. But today and this month and tomorrow and the following week it's an opportunity to talk about the positives. While we may perceive a deeper division in our country today, what I witness in communities is people coming together closer as a response. While we still have many challenges in terms of equity and equality, we see moves from all levels of government that are slowly moving toward adopting the calls to action. And one can truly feel that change is coming. Slowly, but it's coming. I really feel that we are sort of in the darkest era before the dawn. And with that, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And thank you for that. So, let's move on to the adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that the June 20th, June 20th, got me there, June 20th / 24th, 2022 council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 6.1, 2023 to 2026 budget planning process, 7.2, Bylaw 20184, 7.3, Bylaw 20185, 7.4, Bylaw 20172, 9.3, Government of Alberta Consultation Code of Conduct, and 9.6, GF Seniors Housing Recruitment Update, as well as the replacement reports. Item 5, request to reschedule reports. That includes 5.3, transit fare fines, 5.4, affordable housing investment plan, 5.5, affordable housing, tax relief parameters and grant mechanisms, and 5.6, complete streets design and construction standards. And the addition of motions pending, 8.3, small-scale sanctioned encampments, 8.4, jurisdictional scan on senior assistance programs, 8.5, options for additional tax subclasses, and 8.6, 24/7 crisis response.
Second. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you, Councillor Knack. If there's no debate, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
and please vote if you haven't.
We're still waiting for one vote.
I am a yes. I don't think it's come through yet.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Knack, do you have anything for us?
Sure, why not? I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the June 7th, 8th, 10th, 13th, 2022 City Council meeting and the June 8th, 2022 City Council public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Rice, for seconding. If there's no debate, please vote. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Great minutes. Okay, so protocol items, we may be moving that to the afternoon so that the mayor can handle that. So let's move on to selecting items for debate. Oh, did you want to do that right now, Councillor Carmel?
Well, this was, as I understood, coordinated with someone in administration.
Okay,
yeah,
so if that's the case, let's do that. I'm glad
It's totally your call.
I'm glad you had some eyebrows raised. Let's move on to Councillor Cartmel's protocol item.
I'm sorry, I am uninformed here. If it's been moved and we're delaying it, just say so, but I thought there was somebody else involved in this doing something this morning.
Well, let's just find out.
Because my part picks up from somebody else's part. So if you want to delay it, that's fine, but
He's on the
I'm just uninformed.
Yeah, Counselor, it's Andre Corbold here. I'm ready to start if we want to do this now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you are the second part of a first part. All right, so may I get an indication of who is doing the first part, please?
That would be myself, Counselor Andre Corbold, City Manager.
Fantastic. Please proceed.
Thank you. And really, this is a protocol item to recognize the work that has been done in the City of Edmonton's FIFA bid. And I would like to recognize the work done by a very dedicated team of city staff and community partners who put together Edmonton's bid for the 2026 World Cup. We can all be proud of what the team told the world about Edmonton, our spirit of hospitality, our skills in hosting international events, our love of sports, and our modern facilities. And the bid team put 5 years of work into this project. They reviewed hosting and training facilities, proposed budgets, and secured support from others. And we had a great product to work with, and we put a strong team on the field. On behalf of all of us, they were all in for sure. But a great team does not win every game. And in this case, FIFA chose other cities. There will be other opportunities and there will be other bids, and there are other events in the weeks and months ahead where Edmonton will welcome the world. And it was not the ending we wanted, but throughout the journey, these talented staff did our city proud, and I'm honored to work with all of them. Some members of the team may be in council chambers, others will be joining virtually perhaps. The core team is definitely from community services, and the full team will be recognized. The community service team has been involved since the very earliest phases. It includes staff from community recreation and culture branch of the department, led by Roger Jevney. And beyond the community service team, colleagues from across the organization supported the bid, from integrated infrastructure services, supporting facilities, from city operations, supporting transportation, from legal services, supporting proposals and contracts, and from communications and engagement, supporting promotions and media relations. It was certainly an integrated effort from across the organization, and we can all be proud of what we did and how we put our best foot forward. So I just want to thank the team. I'm really incredibly humbled by their passion, their commitment, and their tenacity in putting forward this bid. And now I'll just see if Councillor Cartmel would like to add a few remarks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Andre, and sorry for any confusion earlier. I just, on behalf of Mayor Sohi and Council, want to extend our thanks to the team whose hard work and dedication and enthusiasm made it possible to tell the story of the world, of Edmonton to the world. And as Andre said, we couldn't have delivered such a strong bid without, and our compelling story, without the contributions of our partners in the community. So I've got quite a list of those to just name off. and to recognize and give sincere thanks. And that includes from the Edmonton Police Service, Mark Coughlin and Bill Kroll, from Explore Edmonton, Tracy Bednard, Cindy Medensky, Dan St. Pierre, Janelle Janis, Quinn Phillips, Katie Kennedy, and Lula Avaganos. From Edmonton International Airports, Carmen Donnelly, Sarah Fox, and Chelsea Quirk. From Alberta Health Services, Graham McAllister and Rob Wiggins. And in addition to Roger Jevney from City of Edmonton, Ronna Bremer, Jill Gillis, Owen Curran, Jenny Rene, Gilda Fabreau-Lagrange, Jennifer Jansen, Nicole Poirier, Julie Stormer, Kim Simpkins, Sarah Ridley, Heather Suter, Jason Fezzik, Tim Harris, and Greg Witt. And from Integrated Infrastructure Services, Shannon Fitzsimmons, Kurt Bosch, and Gary Chung. And from City Operations, Brad Vanderhoek. And as Andre clearly indicated, this was a cross-functional team. It was a really strong effort. Takes courage and confidence for us to step out into the world and be judged, to be willing to not make the cut, to accept the possibility that we just might not be successful this time. That's integral to our progress, and it's part of what makes Edmonton such a great city. We threw our support behind this FIFA bid process. We knew there were risks, but we also recognized there would be big rewards. And although the ultimate decision didn't go our way, we gained tremendously from our efforts. And I would think part of that is that we've identified just where we might need to put some resources and some emphasis, and where we were really successful and where we really told our story well. So on behalf of Mayor Sohi and the rest of Council, I'd really want to acknowledge and say that we're proud of the heart and soul that went into everyone's work here. It's made us a better place to live, to work, and to play. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Very well-deserved thanks. Okay, so let us select items for debate. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll grab 6.1. 9.1, these are all the must be selected. So
Yeah.
I'll go slow. 6.1, 9.1, 9.2, 9.4, 9.5.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, just dropped off.
Oh, yeah, I just removed my name. 6.1 and 9.4 were the only I wanted, and I think Councillor Hamilton grabbed those. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So, we have, what's that? Oh, pardon me. Oh, Councillor Rice. I thank you for popping up.
I would like to select 7.6.
7.6. Okay. Got it. Okay. So, we've got those items selected.
I think Councillor Principe also.
And now we've got Councillor Principe. Okay, this is great. I've got to be looking at the screen here.
Sorry about that. I was kind of late clicking in. I do just have a question about 7.2.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Mr.
So-
Mayor, can we check sorry, Deputy Mayor, if we can check if 7.2 is just for questions, and same thing with 7.6, is it for questions or voting?
For questions.
Okay, so both for questions only. Okay. And voting. Okay, so I'll just give a beat to see if anyone else wants to hop in. No? Okay. So let us vote on the reports not selected for debate. If anyone wants to move that. All right, Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor
Oh,
Paquette.
yep.
9.6.
9.6. Okay. So let's take a little breather. Everyone okay? Councillor Rutherford, let's get in quick.
I move that approval of all items not selected for debate.
Second.
Okay, that was moved by Councillor Rutherford, second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Madam Clerk, can you let us know what just happened?
Thank you. Council has this morning approved a request to reschedule the following reports. Item 5.1, the Council Code of Conduct Lessons Learned. That'll be coming to the Council Code of Conduct Subcommittee meeting to be scheduled. 5.2, designated driver servicing options. Further information is coming back to Urban Planning Committee on August 9th. Transit fare fines, repayment options. Item 5.3 is coming to the October 26th Executive Committee meeting. The following two reports have been reallocated to the June 27th Community and Public Services Committee. 5.4, Affordable Housing Investment Plan Update, and 5.5, Affordable Housing Tax Relief Parameters and Grant Mechanisms. 5.6, Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards is coming to the August 9th UPC Committee. Council has also approved the following item, which is 9.3, the Government of Alberta consultation. And that is it, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, as far as I know, we didn't have any requests to speak. Just got to check in on that. No, okay, perfect. And however, we did have some requests for a specific time on agenda, and perhaps Councillor Knack, you might.
Sure, yeah, Councillor Paquette, I'll move that we hear item 9.2 as the first item at 1:30. And I'm going to wait on the 9.5 recommendation, just based off what's been selected, to see if there might be an opportunity to fit them in today, based off when we hear from them. And since we haven't heard from them yet, or did we?
I've reached out to the consultants, and I'm waiting to hear back. And again, just on time specifics, in talking with the chair of GEF, we're trying to create as much flexibility for council's calendar so that item can come forward whenever we need.
So I'm just going to move the 9.2, and then once we hear from the consultant for 9.5, maybe change our orders at that point. But I'd like to leave free that Friday if we don't actually need it, so.
Perfect, so we'll circle back on that.
Yes.
But to vote on 9.2, you're moving that. And do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Tankaren, please vote.
Sorry, can you confirm who seconded that? I heard two.
Oh, was it? Okay. Councillor Rutherford, I guess, got in there.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, moving right along. I believe we did.
Sorry, I just heard back on item, I'm sorry to.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, this is great.
9.5, they could do between 3 and 3:30 with a hard stop at 3:30 if that
I'll
works.
move that we make
Okay.
the item time specific at 3 o'clock.
Second.
And that is seconded by Councillor Hamilton. So please vote. And that is carried. Oh,
Sorry,
please
we
display the
don't
vote.
have all
I
the
just
votes
made an
yet.
assumption. Please display the vote.
We're just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Sorry to rush everyone. And that is carried. It's like I had a sixth sense. Okay, so that's good. We've tied up all the loose ends. But I do believe that we have a councillor inquiry that's been really, I think that Councillor Jans, you really wanted to make this inquiry for the past several days. So are you ready with that?
Yep, Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
Sorry, point of order. Do we need to vote on bylaws not selected for debate?
We do inquiries first.
My apologies.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. May I put forward the following inquiry? Can administration provide an update to committee on the farmers markets within the city of Edmonton, including existing and or proposed arrangements with the city, stakeholder feedback, and city plan and economic action plan alignment? And the clerk has a copy of the wording.
Okay. That looks like it's in order. Okay. We've got that. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we've already dealt with reports and rescheduling reports. So before we move to 6.1, was there a will to go ahead?
We
and
should be
vote on
dealing with the
bylaws?
bylaws not
Yeah.
selected for debate now.
Yeah, let's do that now. Okay. So I'm going to move over to Councillor Cartmel because it looks like he's ready.
I am so ready, Councillor Paquette. I will move first reading of item 7.1, bylaw 20173. Item 7.3, bylaw 20185. Of item 7.4, bylaw 20172. And that's it.
Second?
And then a second by Councillor Rice. Is that right? Yep. Okay, great. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
Councillor Paquette, I'll move second reading of items 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5.
Second?
And a second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
Councillor Paquette, I'll move third reading of item 7.5.
Second?
Okay. And is that all?
I'll get to the rest in a sec.
Okay, sure. All right, then a second, please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote.
Display the vote. That is carried. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 7.3 and 7.4.
Second?
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Paquette, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20185 and bylaw 20172.
Second?
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried. Okay. So we did have some questions. So we'll start with bylaw 7.2.
6.1?
Oh, 7.1.
No, 6.1.
Oh, 6.1. Oh, my mistake. Here we go. I was in bylaw mode. We do have 6.1, 2023-2026 budget planning process. If administration is ready, we are ready as well.
Just some opening comments this morning. Good morning. With me today is Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development. The budget planning process report outlines key dates for the fall budget. There are approximately 6 weeks from the end of October to mid-December to pass 3 important budgets for the 2023 to 2026 fiscal years: the utility, the operating, and capital budgets. We want to highlight that there is a Municipal Government Act requirement to pass an operating and capital budget by December 31, 2022, and we're here to support you in achieving that requirement. We are aware that there will be a lot of questions leading up to the budget discussions. My team is available to answer any process questions or to clarify information in the budget. And like the past 4-year cycles, you will have an opportunity to ask written questions with administration providing written responses, which will be made public. It's important to note that questions that would require a motion in order to direct work or analysis will not be accepted through this process. These questions are to provide clarification and additional information that is readily available, and the Office of the City Clerk will help guide this process. At a high level, we're proposing a staggered release to allow Council the time to review and submit their questions as budgets contain a significant amount of information. The deliberation process will kick off with 2 days of non-statutory public hearings, followed by 1 day to hear from agencies, boards, and commissions, including the Edmonton Police Service, the Edmonton Police Commission and the Edmonton Public Library. We will then move into 6 days of deliberations, starting with capital and followed by operating. We know these timelines seem tight, but we're confident with the various conversations we will have with council leading up to the budget that you will be well positioned to move forward. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have regarding the report.
Thank you for that. So if there are any questions, please indicate. And I am seeing Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. I think it looks like it's a really good process, but I did read it said the answers to the questions would be made available to council. Does that mean it will be emailed to council, or is that, because it will be a public report also, I read?
Yeah, we post those online, and so council will have access to them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my question. Thank you.
And just to be clear, it'll be in Diligent and eScribe as well, because it'll actually be part of the agenda package. So you'll have lots of places to get it. You'll get it at the same time as the public.
Okay, great. We'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a really terrific report and a great roadmap to get us to our budget approvals. Just a few quick clarifications. So it seemed by the timelines provided that we won't have the written report for capital ahead of the presentation in council. Is that correct?
It will be posted along with the agenda, so you will get it ahead of the actual presentation.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. I just misread that then. And I know we spoke about in relation to our capital investment outlook that we may be looking at a number of city assets for disposition. Is that a conversation that we're going to have prior to this budget conversation? I'm just thinking that alone will likely be quite lengthy, and just want to ensure that that's happening outside of this budget process.
We're shooting for that, Councillor Stevenson. It's just a very big body of work, so our hope is that we can have some of that information in front of council before budget, but can't commit to that at this point in time. I think from a budget perspective, renewal is approached from an envelope perspective, so there's still time to have that conversation with council, but without making any firm commitments to renewal projects.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you very much. And actually, just while you're there, Mr. Laughlin, is there, I don't want this to panic you in any way, but just wondering if a councillor were interested in bringing an unfunded capital budget forward, what would be your ideal timelines for that? Like, when is the last point at which you'd like to receive a request for that?
Maybe Ms. Padbury could answer that question.
I think it depends on the nature of what your unfunded profile would look like. If it's something that we have dealt with before, we might have some of the information to be able to bring that forward. If this is an entirely new ask where we haven't done any work, I would say we would need that by early September.
Oh, okay, that's very reasonable. And again, I'm not planning anything too major, but that's helpful timelines. I'm trying to kind of manage contingencies as well. I understand we have a legislative requirement to pass our operating capital budget by December 31st. Does the same apply for the utility budget? Again, I'm just wondering if we're running behind, if there's an issue there, is there some flexibility in the timing on that one?
No, you'd need to pass all three.
Okay, good to know. And then is it possible to sort of have some midpoint check-ins in terms of being able to identify if we're on track sort of before we get to the last few days of budget? Is there a way that administration is considering just sort of benchmarking our progress to make sure we're on track to complete the budget discussions within the 6 days allocated?
I think that's something that we do as part of the budget on a continual process. At the end of each day, look to see how many motions are still on the floor and make sure that we can appropriately get through the motions by the end of the time period. And if you recall from the fall, we adjusted where required.
Great. So that would be adding additional time to the days, and then would we be adding additional days too, potentially, if needed?
Potentially, but I would say that I really do believe that 6 days should be sufficient to do this process.
Great. Okay, thank you. No, again, really appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think it's really setting us up for success. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. First question, so for this process, for this budgeting process outlined in the report, is there any difference or any change and compared to this circle budget development and to the last circle budget development?
It's not significantly different from the 4-year cycle. The last 4-year cycle, I think we've done, we've allowed a little bit more time in the staggering to give you the information and allow you to ask your questions on the capital than on the operating. And that would probably be the most significant difference.
So, and from like process perspective and specific for two things. One thing is about priority setting. And then can you provide a little bit more information and for that priority setting, how we can use that to develop our budget? And then, so it seems I cannot see that piece information for more details in the report.
Yeah, so we're undertaking budgeting with a priority-based budgeting lens this year, and that will inform what is brought forward to you in the posted budgets in October. As part of this, though, we're checking in, including the workshop later this week, to make sure that our priority-based budgeting process that we're undertaking is aligned with council's priorities. So there'll be check-ins throughout the process, including in the fall. But at the end of the day, that budget prioritization process is what will inform the budget that that administration brings forward in October.
Okay, so that is prior to the specific budget discussion for that priority setting process.
It will be incorporated into that budget process.
Okay, so for budget, we have 3 parts here. So operational, capital, and utility. This is a normal process, and for us to do this to setting 4 years budget?
That's correct.
Okay, and specifically in terms of the question, we only have the 1 round of questions, and after administration's budget presentation. So that is just as a normal process as well, or is that is a new change and compared to the past budget development?
That has been our typical process for us to post the budgets, do a presentation, and then take a single round of questions on the budget. And then you have almost 6 weeks, or you have a month before deliberations start, and then you can ask all of your questions during deliberations, plus you can ask questions in that Q&A process.
Okay, so why is utility service operating and the capital budget is separate and from capital budget and operating budget setting? Is there any specific reason for that?
So the utility operations are different, and they follow a different. Yeah, both operating and capital for the utility follow a different process because they need to go through the utility committee before they come up for recommendation to council. So that's why they're separate. The operating and capital budgets are primarily focused. We set the budget, but they're focused on the tax levy impact.
Okay, I think that is my main questions. And thank you very much. And then, so all the process and outlined very clear in the report. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most of my questions are more around the process on the engagement piece. The last time we did this, do you have a sense of like how many Edmontonians we've reached?
I don't off the top of my head. I would look to Mr. Barkway to see if he has any information.
We can get that information, absolutely, Councillor.
Yeah, I was curious about the targets in terms of, reaching people, and you mentioned some of the surveys that will be done, I'm assuming through Insight, and I'm wondering other methodology, and how are we reaching people who don't typically participate in the processes?
So we're actually starting, so we've done some focus groups already.
Oh, nice.
And actually this week, we're going to be launching the public engagement we have on Thursday, on the 23rd, where we'll be doing, we'll be posting online where they can do what we call balancing act, where citizens can go on, log on, and they can figure out how they would like to see the budget balanced, which will give us some good insight. We're also going to be doing some pop-up events where they can, places where, people might not be able to have access into a computer can answer questions with the group that we've hired to go ahead and do this in public engagement. So that'll be running through to July 17th.
Oh, awesome.
So there'll be a lot of engagement that will be allowed, or the citizens will be allowed to check in on.
And are you doing anything like a war-specific town halls?
We don't do anything ward specific.
Would that be kind of within our own responsibilities? This just helps me start to think about some planning on my end as well. But
I'm not sure I want to comment on councillor responsibilities, but from a city perspective, I would say that we look at it from a holistic city approach. And so while we might schedule things at different parts in the city, we don't do anything that's ward specific focused.
Gotcha. And then I was just curious for the utility, because the operating and capital have public hearing, but generally for utility, do we not do public hearing?
During the utility committee, I believe
Okay,
the
so there's an
member,
opportunity.
the
Got it,
public
okay.
has an opportunity to speak.
Awesome. Lots of opportunities for the public to weigh in. That's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
Thank you very much. I appreciated the outline here. I just wanted to get clarity on the wording around the day for the agencies, the police, how do we word it here? A day for the commission, the library, and civic agencies. So are we, is that just one day for all of them?
That's the intent, yeah.
Okay, I think given the curiosity and enthusiasm and passion a number of us have for some of these entities, I think we should book a second day. I'm not sure if that'd be possible. Just even in the fall budget, we took a couple of days on policing. Just recently with the funding formula with policing, we went through a number of other pieces. And that's just one aspect of it. I mean, if we're going to be having to have some tough conversations, I think we want to include all of those agencies for a little more duration.
So, Councillor Jans, and it's been our previous experience, so the civic agencies that are requesting funding in the operating budget book, so it has been our practice that if council hypothetically is not finished within the allocated time, then it just continues until they are done. But as presented with the budget office and with finance, what we've presented you with is the maximum number of days allowable for budget, and we're happy to adjust as required. We can start on those days, and then you just keep running into your budget deliberation time until you're finished.
Okay, all right. So is there a sense of scheduling based on proportional spend? Like if we know we're going to be spending a lot of time on capital, do we allocate a few more days to capital? Is that what I'm understanding?
So the time is allocated for council to determine how it wants to spend its time, either asking questions of civic agencies or however long it takes to ask questions on capital and make amendments as required. We don't divvy it up based on those days. That's up to you to decide how long it's going to take. We don't know how many amendments you're going to make, so it's hard for us to estimate that.
Okay, so it's more like 9 kind of open-ended days, for lack of a better term. We go through it, we get through what we get through.
Yes, except for you must pass a budget at the end.
Yeah, understood. Okay. All right, well, this is helpful. I see a couple returners making kind of amused faces, but I think it'll be a lot easier once we all go through it.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. If there's any amusement, it's only because we understand how complicated it can be, and we appreciate your questions. All right, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I was like smiling, but there's a little twitch in my eye. So just wear comfortable pants. That's my advice. But I do have a question in the process. So and I think we saw it a little bit this year. You put all the amendments on the table, that works, and then the clerks magically randomize it. I'm looking at the clerks right now. I recall 4 years ago there was a little bit of hard feelings because some people pulled good numbers and some people didn't, and some people pulled all numbers sort of at the end of budget and had felt that they maybe were just at a disadvantage because as the budget moves along, there's the sense of, how much space you have. One of the suggestions I have, just spitball in here, which I know everyone loves, is if you put 13 births at the beginning and randomize that so people could at least have one budget item in the top 13.
So would you do that for operating and capital?
Why not?
Sure.
Okay, just make it, we could do it for utility too, because No,
we could do it. I don't think we need to complicate utility budgets even further.
I'm joking.
Okay, good, thank you. But we could do it for capital and operating if you want. I would still strongly suggest and ask that you put all the motions on the floor, all the amendments, not subsequents, but if you can please list everything so we can work with budget to make sure we get those in the appropriate form.
Yep.
And then just to clarify, we're going to randomize the 13 names for capital. Then we'll do the same thing for operating, and the order that you're in. And so for example, councillors can't then swap out who makes amendments. So for clarity, Councillor Hamilton, if you want to make an amendment and you're the 13th, you're not then going to pass your amendment to a friend.
I mean, are you, yeah, well, so, okay, all right.
That's one of the challenges with that recommendation, but happy to make that work.
So, I'm not going to repeat that, Councillor. So I'm really spitballing here, I shouldn't do that, but some form of essentially have 13 randomized births at the top and then randomize the rest.
So do a hybrid of both processes?
Hybrid of both processes. And then say you have an amendment that doesn't make it into, you could swap out your own amendment. You can choose which amendment you want to pull out of the stack. Just think about it, maybe, please. We don't need an answer today.
Yeah. We have the process approved as laid out.
Yep.
Recognizing the randomization of the amendments, because we've actually written reports on this, so I can happily recirculate the options available to council, and we'll come back at a future time. We just want to get a sense of the days, because we really do owe council a report back, so we can give some confirmation of what the fall schedule looks like, and we can look at how to randomize this. I just think whatever system we come up with should be understood not only by the 13, but also by admin and the public.
Yep.
So sometimes hybrids are helpful and sometimes
They're not.
they're not.
Yep, I accept that. That was a suggestion. The second piece, and I'm just looking at the budget timeline, I notice you have days blocked off because we still continue our ordinary business of council. Can you, in the final draft that's circulated, sort of put that ordinary council calendar in that? So, because I think it's like 3 weeks of just hanging out with each other.
Yeah, so I have a calendar here based on what we've been working at with finance. So our plan is if this finishes today, then we'll try to get the report back to council for July 4th, where you'll actually see this superimposed on the actual council calendar. But just a friendly reminder that this schedule as presented requires significant adjustments to the November and December schedule, including getting rid of an entire week of committee.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep.
there's lots of adjustments, but we have to prioritize the budget.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks for all the hard work put into this.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for not inducing any process panic. Councillor Neck.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. First, just a question related to the carbon budget process, which is new, and Councillor Tank flagged it for me, so I'm not going to take credit for the question, but it is a good question around how are we going to make sure that fits in with this? This is a new part to that.
So that'll all be incorporated into the budget process. So for example, on the capital profiles, you will see the carbon footprint that each of those capital projects will have. In the operating budget, it won't be necessarily on every profile, but on profiles where there actually is a carbon impact, that will be noted in any service packages that you're seeing. So it's actually embedded into the overall process.
Is there any plan, sort of even a short information session that gives, just orients us to how that will work, or how we will understand that?
We could probably work that into the overall presentation. Like when we're
Sure.
doing our presentation, we can talk about how carbon fits into that and how it kind of morphed into the whole process. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. The other question I had, and I might have missed it, so for the release of the operating budget, the presentation will happen on the 14th of November, I think, is the correct date. Will the actual budget be released the 10 days in advance, similar, so will we have that essentially going into the recess week, which I think is...
Yes, it's scheduled to be released on November 3rd.
Okay, I missed that part, sorry, thank you, that's helpful. And the final question I have relates to the questions section. So I think one of the changes, and it probably is a logical change, but I just want to confirm, is you've noted in here that questions that would require some type of direct work need to be made in advance of the written question submission. As somebody who's done the old model, where I think we just sent it all, which was probably not great for all of your time, I don't necessarily know what the difference might be just yet, so I'm thinking about the questions I've written. My first budget, I think I submitted 100 questions in writing. I didn't beat Councillor Karen Leibovici's record of like 200 or so, but I was pretty close. So how do we differentiate between the ones that truly will need some work versus something that's easily grabbed? And I'm wondering if, I don't need the answer now, but almost, is there a way to go through some of those past written questions to instruct council as, if you want this type of information, please make a motion before, September. If you want this information, this would be fine as part of the written body of work.
Maybe I would say it this way. If your questions are more in the nature of an inquiry, where if it would meet the definition of an inquiry because we have the information, we simply need to collate it or put it in a format that you can have it, that's okay for the budget process. If it is something that actually requires a significant amount of work where we don't already have the information, where we have to go get information either from outside the org or create it inside the org, that would be something that requires a motion.
Okay, that's helpful. Will there be then we're having, a workshop on Friday. Is there any other workshop plan where essentially we might be able to make those motions all at once? Or I just don't, thinking about council business, I don't want to necessarily muddy the waters of every time I think of a question that I might want to doing a notice of motion, putting it onto the council agenda. So I'm just trying to think of the right way to do that, so that, because I'm guessing, I think to the questions I wrote in the past, there's probably a good 10 or 20 that required a little bit of work that you somehow managed to do after sort of 2 weeks of nonstop work. I appreciate that you'll want that early, and I'd like to give you that opportunity to do it early, but I also want to figure out the right way for us to make those requests of you, that maybe don't make a giant council meeting that is 2 days long of each of us having 10 items that might require some of that information. So I'm just trying to think about how the right process is to help with that. Because it's the right idea to get it in advance. I'm just not sure how we get all of that to you in advance in a thoughtful way. And maybe we don't need the answer right at this moment, but I'm just flagging that as something that I think about the last two cycles, in particular the first one that I was on. You had a lot to do, and there were a lot of questions that I think will need direction, but I just don't know when is the right time to start doing that.
So, like, I don't want to make this more complex than it needs to be. I think, if you have a question that you're uncertain, you can absolutely reach out to myself or to Jody to ask the question about whether that is something that we have the information to do.
Okay.
And we can answer those questions and direct them that way, rather than adding another element to the process. I think if I go back 4 years ago, I would say the majority of the questions are questions that we are able to respond to quickly, and there's a fraction of them that require a lot of work, but some of them require a significant amount of work, and maybe we can also flag those when you submit. We can flag those to you then too.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So a few more questions on the randomization and such of amendments. We did reductions first and then additions after, did we not? At least on operating. So we'll do the same thing again.
That's typically been our practice, yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know if we randomized reduction amendments and then randomized addition amendments. Did we randomize both sets?
I'd have to go back and check.
I don't
4
remember.
years ago. I wasn't here, so I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. It all blurs, Madam Clerk. So there might be sort of two separate processes, and I can't remember. I can't remember if there was additions and subtractions to capital, or if there was just additions. Anyway, so that might be a question and in the interest of creating procedural panic, I was wondering about whether once all the amendments are on the floor, councillors do a top 5 or like rank their top 5 or top 8. I'm just thinking of there might, in all seriousness, be a potential circumstance where I've got the 3rd spot, but I think Councillor Knack's motion outranks mine, or his amendment outranks mine, and I'd rather that get seen first, because you get down the list so far and you run out of funds, and that's that, generally speaking.
So when I'm calling up some of the historical work that we did do at the clerk's office 4 years ago. So I think the process that we need to think this through, and some of these questions we can't answer till we know how many amendments are on the floor.
Right, fair.
But again, what one person deems as significantly more of a priority than others, I would like to avoid the situation where we're debating the merits of an amendment after it's been put on the floor. So we need to figure out the order before we start putting them on the floor. Otherwise, we're going to end up in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, I just remember last time where there were some that were made, and I don't want to point anything out, I don't want to cast aspersions, but there are some that did, in my mind, did not rise to the level of criticality as much as others did, but they were first or second off and then they were made and then even passed, I think, and then withdrawn, and there was a bit of, as the prioritization conversation happened at the table. So I'm just wondering if a quick ranking, of once all the amendments are made, if each councillor just said, well, this is my top 5, top 3, and if it meant something great, and if it didn't, fine.
I would just say the process needs to be fair, based on access to participate in the debate, rather than whoever puts the most significant amendment on the floor, because then what other councillors can do is put other amendments to that, and then we end we're going to box ourselves into a process.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying. Happy to go back and look at all of the options that were previously presented, but I can't come up with a process that takes the tough choices out of this process.
No, of course not. No. This boils down to tough choices, fair. And so in that vein, I'm wondering if we need more time. Because, for instance, we have 2 days set aside for public hearing, but the last one went 3.5. And I would suggest that this one is going to be more contentious than the one 4 years ago. So should we be marking off evenings for those dates? Should we be, if we go past the 16th, are we going to continue on the 19th? I see the same calendar as we had 4 years ago, and the same calendar we had last year is not working this year, not even close, not even a little bit. So are we going to learn from that? Is that rhetorical? I guess so. Okay, thank you.
You never know if anyone's going to take that seriously. So, okay, so the rhetorical question, everything else is great. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Just following up on Councillor Cartmel's concern about running out of money. We'll be able to see those amendments all in advance. So if we know that there's something that might be a priority further down the line, we can still hold back approving any earlier amendments to save the money up for the later amendments. Is that right?
So I would just say that once you've made an amendment, and I'll look to the clerk to clarify this, but once you've made an amendment and you've decided that the order, if you don't pass the earlier amendment, then you can't repass it. So you would have to go through a process of agreeing to defer the amendments, wouldn't you? Like you can't, sorry, I should not do this. But I guess like what I'm saying though is if there's only so much money and you're going through the list and you decide to vote for something, you voted for it. And if you've decided to vote against it, you voted against it. You don't get to reconsider, right, Ms. Clerk?
Well, no, technically, if you're in the same meeting, you can always reconsider. But I think that's what we're trying to do is we need to be really clear on what the process is, and we can't tell you what's more important than something else. But if you create a randomized order and then as a council you decide to not vote on some of the amendments, what are you going to do with them? Like
no, I'm saying so. If let's say second on the list is I want money to buy apples. And 10th on the list is someone puts an amendment, wants to buy oranges. They can vote against the apples to save that money up to buy the oranges, right? Like we'll see everything up front.
100, yes, if I understand correctly. So as you go through capital and you make all of your all of the amendments are put on the floor, there are procedures that we're going to ask you to suspend, rules at the very beginning, so everybody can put all their amendments on the floor at once. So you're going to see everything for utility, everything for operating, everything from capital. The reason that we don't want to go into the night is because we're already going to be working with budget and finance and administration to make sure we've got all the right numbers, all the right wording, and then we do an amendment tracker. So we had this for council last year, and I think we wrote probably 80 amendments and 40 maybe were put on the floor. There might be more this year, and so we're just going to need a little bit more time to make sure that we've got that all correct and in the system, and then we'll figure out the randomized order. But this is good feedback for us. We'll go back and work with finance, and we can come back with options for you in the fall.
Okay, so Councillor Cartmel can vote no against all the other amendments until we get to his on the number 13, right? So he can save up all the money for that.
Councillors can vote however they wish at any point in time.
Okay, and then as far as for booking into booking our meeting like further into the evening, that's really the time that administration needs to deal with all the work that we've delegated throughout the day, right?
I'd say that's been our experience, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you. I love the way that this is laid out so clearly for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I believe number 13 was Terwilliger. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah, thanks so much for the report. Just a few more questions around prioritization as well as some carbon budget questions. So really appreciate the answer to an earlier question around what that prioritization is going to look like and how priority-based budgeting is going to be reflected in basically the budget package that admin brings forward. But I'm wondering, with some of the unfunded packages or even amendments, how are we going to get a look at both the carbon budget of some of those, as well as, I guess, a broader picture of how that would fit into some of the priorities that council's identified? That's where it gets a little muddy for me.
So I would say from the carbon perspective, this budget will likely be more of, it'll be there for you for information to consider as part of your decision on how you want to vote. We're not necessarily going to be, we're factoring in carbon as a little bit on the capital side as far as the prioritization process and what comes to the top, but it's not going to be the only thing that is part of the decision. So it's going to be there more to inform you as you're making decisions. It won't necessarily be, well, you shouldn't do this because of this carbon impact. That's going to be part of the decision that you'll need to make when you're making a decision to go forward, because this is still fairly new, and so it's not going to be the be-all, end-all as far as what comes forward for recommendation. It's going to be part of the process.
Councillor Salvador, Ms. McCabe here, you'll be able to ask me specific questions on how it relates overall to our energy transition strategy and our climate resilience strategy, if there are more specific questions that you'd like to drill down on in terms of the impact on the carbon budget.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Yeah, and recognizing we're still sort of early days with our carbon budgeting and accounting. It's not like we'd have something like a sort of a carbon budget tracker the same way we'd have a budget tracker at this point. That's correct? Or would we?
Well, we are tracking, and so we are using a tool. It's called the ICAB tool, where we will be tracking what's happening with carbon and what it's actually doing to our overall footprint and moving us towards, achieving our carbon targets. So we will be tracking that as we go forward. It's just when we're looking at the budget piece of it, we're going to be important for every project. It'll be in the impact that it's going to have over the long term. And I don't know if Ms. McCabe has anything to add on that.
I think we can take that away and look at how we can give you that information as the budget process proceeds.
Okay, fantastic. And sorry, just going to loop back again. So if there's, again, an unfunded package that's been identified, someone wants to bring that forward, I guess it'll really be up to council to ask through questions how that fits into the broader prioritization process. It's not like anything would be identified as admin, or from admin rather, around those unfunded packages, or would that level of analysis be included?
We will be prioritizing all of the unfunded service packages that come forward. We can let you know how they're impacting the various priorities coming forward, either on capital or on operating.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Would you be so kind as to move a second round of questions?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I would like to have two follow-up questions. So what I heard from my colleagues, and I was wondering if the prioritization-based process, that priority setting piece could be more clear before we just go to specific budgeting process. And by that way, we can save lots of time. So I just want to double check with administration, is the process, from process perspective, is that possible to get that priority setting more clear in advance instead of just incorporate into the budgeting development process?
Are you wanting more clarity on what the process is for prioritization, or are you wanting a declaration of what is a priority?
I believe that a priority is already defined and based on lots of discussions are already happening right now. So I'm a little bit worried about if we didn't set up clear process and before we get into the debate and vote for the amendments and for money and try to get the money for certain sense, that may create the more time. So I'm not 100% sure at this moment because I was not in the last budget cycle development. So I'm just trying to thinking from a logical perspective. If we have that piece really clear defined in advance, and we may reduce some amendment time, reduce some debate time for certain things, and try to get the money for certain motions. So that is just come to my mind based on I heard the discussion from my colleagues. So you don't need answer to me right now. I just want to put that thought on the table and see if there's anything we could consider to make more clear for that piece. So I do have the next questions regard the engagement pieces. I saw we have very clear engagement pieces outlined here, but my question is how we actually really reflect the inputs from public and from agency or stakeholders, focus groups, and into our budget process. And for me to ask this question and is to address some concern and from the public, what I heard at door, yes, the budgeting process, we have that step in and to get the input and from different groups, but how actually in the past, their inputs really reflect in the results of the budget.
So maybe I'll just start and say that ultimately the budget process is gonna be guided by Connect Edmonton and the city plan, two strategic plans that were developed in consultation with the public. Then we do this budget process. We have different engagement opportunities, and we factor what we hear into the budget, but it doesn't superimpose over the prioritization. So we try very careful to balance what we're hearing from the community and making sure that it aligns with the strategic priority, and make sure that we incorporate that feedback through our GBA Plus lens. And I'll maybe pass it to Jody to just add anything else that I might have forgot.
Say the other thing is that as we're preparing the presentation, part of that presentation will be what did we hear from citizens, so that you will understand what we heard from citizens when you are making your decisions on the amendments that are on the floor. So it just becomes part of your overall package. So you'll hear about the carbon budget, you'll hear about what we heard from citizens, you'll hear about the priority-based budgeting. You will get all of that information to help inform your decisions going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I don't see any other questions. I don't believe this was... Councillor Hamilton selected this.
I'll move receipt of information.
Thank you.
So
Second.
We were kind of hoping that you'd approve the process as outlined, or do you want to receive?
I thought inherent in receipt of information was tacit approval of the process, but I'll make it explicit. I will move council approve the process as outlined in attachment 1 of the June 2022 report before us, and that administration return with changes to the council calendar as required.
Second.
And that was seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Okay, is there anyone to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Knack.
Just very quickly, appreciate the discussion. Wanted to offer just a few pieces of advice. Book off your entire November. Don't schedule things for evenings or weekends. And I mean that to set aside all of the time to read and submit writing. And then the other piece of advice is please use the written question section. I found that really helpful in my first time on council, although I'm sure city staff were not pleased with all of my submissions in writing. There was a lot, but it allowed us to, using the written questions, and if you set aside the time, it's really going to allow us to not have to be worried about the time at the end of the year, because we'll have the written questions, and then we can just ask clarifying questions on that. I found it to be a really effective tool, but schedule off your entire November and the first 2 weeks of December, and it just will help for everyone to make sure you have time to stay on top of it. At least that's what I found to be very helpful, so just some advice. Thank you.
That was quick. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this, but I think it's really important because when Councillor Knack, no offense, said block off your entire November, I think we need to recognize the inequity in that and the privilege of being able to set aside time, not just of council, but of the administration and the lives that we all have. So I think it's really important to recognize the impact that last minute changes to agendas are going to cause in terms of childcare. You know, I will not have that luxury in November. And I think that's me, and I've heard from many of the admin, the pressures they're under in terms of our rescheduling our orders, you know, at 4:45 when they've got soccer practice to go to with their kids and commitments. So I just really hope that getting this in advance, we can have that time set aside. I know it's hard. I know it is going to be a big amount of work. I agree with Councillor Cartmill. I don't think 2 days for public hearing is going to be enough given this budget and the realities we're facing. And I think that we do need to think about in advance, if we're knowing this, how soon can we adjust our schedules and our calendars? Let's not wait till the day of to adjust them as we need to get where we need to be. And let's also recognize that, you know, as much as we want to talk about all of the things that we all want, we're not in a budget of wants. We're in a budget of how are we going to keep the city going and do that in a way that doesn't break the bank for our residents. And so I really hope we go in with that mindset to this budgeting cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And I will, at risk of speaking for Councillor Knack, I believe what he was intending to say was there will be a lot of invitations in the month of November to attend different events and things like that, and maybe those aren't the ones that are the priority for serving the public during that month. But all of your other points are excellent and well taken and well said, so thank you. Okay. Hey, your time talking is up. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, and I think I'll just mention that while it is daunting, one of the things that I think that we're going to receive is actually quite a good evolution from the last budget. And I think that what we're going to see is need and priorities identified by council are going to be in this budget. And community priorities are included that simply by the nature of council determining those priorities based on, and administration based on previous community feedback. So that will be in there. What might not be in there is a lot of ward-specific wants, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned. And that's very important to clarify. When we took our oath of office or affirmed to office, it was to the City of Edmonton, not to our wards. We represent our wards so that they have a voice, but we serve ultimately the City of Edmonton and then our wards as well. And that's really important to keep in mind because this will be a tight budget. There are going to be a lot of things that are going to be cut that are darlings. And I think that council should be prepared for that. And these were all excellent questions. I was smiling a lot because I appreciated them so much and it took me back. So I will also put this out there that I know that administration and any returning councillors are very, very happy to give as much time as possible in advance in order to help walk all of council, and I'll have questions myself, through the pre-budget process so that when we get to budget, it is streamlined, it is informed, and we'll be able to work as a team in serving the City of Edmonton. So thank you for that. Thank you, administration, for everything you're doing in advance. It is noted and appreciated. And with that, I will call the vote.
Can I speak?
Oh, I see that Councillor Tang hopped on there while I was speaking. Go ahead, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I recognize, this budget, four-year budget is probably our biggest job as a city council. I'm actually quite excited and I look forward to some of the tools that will be introduced this time around, including priority-based budgeting and carbon budgeting. And I'm also excited to bring some of the tools that administration is developing, including, the exercise to ask Edmontonians to balance, and to take some of those conversations out into the communities that I serve and to facilitate some of that conversations. While I appreciate, Councillor Paquet, your point about, this exercise is really thinking about what is the best for the city as a whole. But I think I also really want to focus on engaging some of the people who perhaps don't normally pay attention to this conversation. And given that this is our biggest role, I want to encourage folks to pay attention to this because it will have an impact on everyone. And I think since being elected, we've had lots of reminders about trade-offs. And being very mindful of so many of the priorities, the challenge that we face, as well as many unfunded packages that will be before us. Those are not easy discussions, but I also just think back to the fall budget deliberation. It wasn't easy, but we made it through, and in the end came out with a pretty balanced approach to setting the rate and setting those budgets. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to get there. Anyways, just to say that, I am looking forward to this process, and thank you very much for laying out a very clear process for us to think about and plan for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. And this conversation is obviously to be continued, but for now, let's vote.
Just waiting for one vote, Deputy Mayor. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Excellent. Okay, so the mayor is almost back, but in his absence, we can move on to Bylaw 7.2, where I believe Councillor Principe had a question. And we'll give administration a bit of time to get settled for that. You ready? Okay.
Okay, this should be quick. I just wanted to ask you, from my understanding, this initiative came from the residents? Is that correct? Or was that from the city?
Ms. Petrin, was this from the developer? I believe it was developer initiated.
It was, yes.
Developer initiated. Okay, so then 100% of the share is from the developer.
The local improvement is paid for by the property owners 100%, and it's one property owner in this case.
Okay, and so the borrowing to finance, that comes from the city? The financing comes from the city?
It does. Ms. Padbury, did you want to add more to that for a local improvement?
Yeah, so this becomes a 100% local improvement, and organizations can petition to have this infrastructure done in advance. That's why it's being done at 100%. And then it simply follows the local improvement process with our borrowing. And the only difference is that it's 100% share versus 50% share for sidewalks, for instance.
Okay, that's great. And yeah, so I will, I'd like to move the first reading of the bylaw.
All right, allow me to return the chair to the mayor.
I just can't sign in yet for some reason.
Oh, okay.
To Google, if you continue.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's great. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rutherford? All right, please vote.
Does Councillor Rice have a question?
Oh, Councillor Rice, you had a question as well. Okay, please go ahead.
My question is specifically related to this Falcon towers. regarding the process. So for any financial borrowing, and we are passing here for bylaw, is already and approved by City Council in advance for the project.
The development permit process is a separate process from this process, Councillor Rice.
So right now, we borrow money first, and then before they approve. I just have a little bit confused because 7.234, the three borrow financial borrow is for the same project, and then all the money adds together, and then so it's lots of money. So this money is already approved by City Council before, or we just right now bring this to City Council for approval?
Right now, we're bringing the bylaw to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction local improvements at Falcon Towers. So this is the bylaw for the borrowing for the local improvement.
Is that local improvement? Local improvement is already. So I'm a little bit confused. So my apologies if I missed something. Do we need the council approve first, or this is just the first time and bring this financial borrowing and for City Council to approve to move forward this project? So because I recall that we approved some project moving forward, and after the project approved, and then the bylaw come in, say, we need this financial. So right now, my confuse is this coming first, or City Council separate approve first? Maybe.
There's a few different approvals for the Falcon Tower. Councillor Rice, my apologies. I'm not sure which approval you're asking for. Are you asking about the approval for the authorization of construction of the building, or are you asking for approval for authorization of the local improvement?
Which one comes first?
The order doesn't matter.
So right now the order doesn't matter. So right now this is come first.
No, permits don't come to council, so the rezoning came to council. I think Ms. Petrin actually remind me, was there a rezoning for this tower?
A number of years ago, the development permits have been issued and the site is under construction now.
Okay, so that is already, and then come the first. Okay, that's just my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, for chairing the meeting in the morning. Appreciate that. Okay, it's Councillor Principe, you want to move did you move the first reading, or yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Would you like us to call the vote?
Yeah, here we will move first reading, second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote. I'm yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And this is ready for 3 readings, right? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move second reading of Bylaw 20184.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I would like to move consideration of third reading for Bylaw 20184.
Second by Councillor
Second.
Rutherford. Thank you. Consideration for third reading. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote.
It's me. Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried.
And I would like to move third and final reading of Bylaw 20184, a bylaw to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction local improvements at Falcon Towers.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote for the final reading. Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Item 7.6.
7.6, which is Bylaw 20091, tax exemption bylaw for non-residential charity properties, except for Councillor Rice, right? Councillor Rice, questions?
So first question, so what is the current bylaw and for this heritage properties? And because this is change.
This would actually be a new bylaw. We do have a bylaw relating to providing incentives to designate heritage properties, but it's separate, distinct from this bylaw.
Then why do we need the separate one, additional one?
This bylaw is to provide additional incentive specifically for commercial heritage buildings on top of what is already provided under the existing bylaw.
Councillor Rice, the preservation of heritage buildings is critically important for our city, and so we look for all opportunities to be able to provide efficient and effective incentives for property developers to be able to preserve our history in our city. And we've heard from developers that this tax incentive program is something that would help them to continue to designate heritage resources, and at the end game would be to make sure that we have more heritage buildings within our city.
So can you describe a little bit more about how this financially impact to the city for this bylaw, if this bylaw passed?
Anton.
Yeah, Councillor, happy to speak to that question a little bit. So when we did the previous report earlier this year that outlined what this heritage exemption bylaw might do, we looked at the previous 5 years of designations of non-residential property to determine what that impact might look like. There are about 8 properties over the course of that 5 years within the non-residential inventory that were designated. If all of those properties were designated and received this kind of a grant, the impact would be fairly minor. Some of those properties were only receiving about $1,000 over the entire 10-year period, or the 5-year period that we analyzed. There were 2 properties that saw extremely large amounts. That would have been the Enbridge Center and the Molson City Market Center, location. Those were in the multi-millions of dollars. But given the way this bylaw works, it's capped at $50,000 per property. So I would say the typical rebate over the course of a 10-year period is somewhere in the range of probably between $10,000 and $50,000 over the entire 10-year period. And those outliers, which would have much more as a rebate, would be capped. So their maximum amount they would receive would be $500,000 over a 10-year period. So we're anticipating per year the number to be fairly small, probably a few $1,000s. Depending on the project. If there's a bigger project, it'll be capped at $50,000 per project, and there's usually 1 to 3 projects per year.
Okay. So another question is, can you tell me more about, from accumulation perspective, the cost for this may require additional administration resources? What does that mean specifically? Do we mean we need more FTEs, or do we mean we need more budgets, and what that specifically means?
Scott may, I'll just quickly grab that one. So, Councillor, this is an exemption program, and so we are going to be relying on our exemption staff to support this program. What we have said is, given the historical trend of non-residential designation, typically is between 1 and 3 properties a year, that is something we can absorb in our current staffing. If for some reason we become very successful and designate non-residential properties, and let's say that number increases to 10, 20, 50 a year, that's when we'd probably be having to come back to you and saying, look, this is becoming more than we can handle given where we're at.
Councillor Rice, at this point, we can handle the program within our existing resources. What we're flagging is if we need, if the demand is higher than we anticipate, then we'll be back to council, and council will be involved in any further decisions.
So if we pass this bylaw, and could this and then trigger more demanding?
Yes, and I think that would be the intent. The intent would be to encourage more properties to choose to designate.
But at this point, we still think we have enough resources to be able to deal with the demand.
Okay. Okay, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
And to clarify, Mr. Szabo, because it's non-residential, it would come out of the portion, or it would sort of be deferred to the portion of non-residential, correct? So it's
Yeah, so
non-res to non-res, okay.
It would only apply to non-residential property. If there was a mixed-use property, we'd only look at the portion of the levy that was non-residential.
All right. And it only applies on 2 factors. One, if you undertake or if you have a heritage designation or are seeking a heritage designation, and 2, if you take out a development permit, correct?
There are a few criteria they do need to designate, so this doesn't go retroactively to previous years and previous designations, but this year they'd have to designate, and they'd have to invest a certain amount, $100,000 or more, into the program to qualify.
Excellent, thank you. I know there's other questions. I think they can be asked if first reading's on the table, so I'll put first reading on the table.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Cardinal, right? Okay. All right, so we have, next, Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks so much. Just very briefly, will the tax exemptions replace some of the operating grants that are currently provided to non-residential heritage properties, or are they meant to be complementary?
They're meant to be complementary.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because of some of the challenges in terms of being able to designate buildings and preserve heritage properties. We want to be able to give developers more than just one tool that they can access to be able to preserve our heritage.
Great. And is there some consideration as we move forward just around some of the criteria for accessing? So right now, it's sort of strictly you would be eligible if you designate your property. Would there be future consideration about other elements in terms of, let's say, improving energy efficiency, items like that to become eligible?
Councillor Stevenson, not currently, but we are planning to redo our management plan, ideally starting next year. And as part of that process, we'll be considering new grant streams and how we can expand the eligible work associated with our grant streams. And certainly energy efficiency, accessibility, items like that will be something that will be considered at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So we have first reading on the floor moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Cartmel. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move second reading.
Councillor
7.6.
Cartmel. Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Second by Council Cartmel. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 20091.
Second.
Second by Council Cartmel. Please vote for the final reading.
We're just resending.
No worries, take your time. Here we go.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we are done with bylaws. Now we are going into motions pending. And first motion pending is return to work solutions. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll read in my motion. That administration, apparently it might not be the wording, but I had some suggestions back from administration, so.
I will send that to you, Counselor.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to maybe go to the next item and?
I would prefer, sorry, to have had that, because I'm going to be late coming back this afternoon. You know what, I'm going to make what's in here and.
Read it and then.
Yeah. That administration work with the Edmonton Police Commission to offer support and assist with finding solutions in returning to work due to impact of the pandemic.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second?
Sorry, are we making the motion that Councillor Hamilton just put on the floor, or are we replacing it with something else?
Is it a significant change or is it minor change?
I don't know. It was feedback from, is it significant or minor?
I would say it's minor.
Okay.
You want me to read it to you?
Yes.
Can you email it to us so
Yeah.
we can get it into the system, please, and thank you?
If it's minor, then I can introduce it and that'll give us some time, and then perhaps there can be a friendly minor adjustment.
Okay, go ahead. Can you make
All
the
right.
introduction, please?
It's fairly brief. I was dismayed to find out that almost 20% of sworn members of EPS are off on short-term disability, and it's the confluence of, I think, several factors over the last 2 years, but it nonetheless, I think, does have some impacts on the conversations we have around funding and safety in our city. And while it is not within our purview to, I think disability management is working really hard over there, and I think they're really live to it, but there's no doubt some learnings that we can take from it and potentially assist with in helping sworn members return to work. There may also be learnings in terms of reflecting back on our own organization with respect to frontline workers and emergency responders, and perhaps an opportunity for partnership as we look at those impacts across our organization. And so the brief introduction, I'll go to questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. You got the new wording, Madam Clerks? I do not. You do not, okay.
It is mine.
I've just sent that by a chat.
Okay.
I'll go to questions and then maybe.
Yeah, we will. I just need to know, Madam Clerk, from your perspective, from clerk's perspective, this motion is in order, right?
I'm just reading it right now for the first time. I don't think it's that different.
Okay.
But again, you haven't seen it and it's actually your decision, so I'll just put it in the.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Tang? questions?
Yeah, I guess to the mover, when you say support, did you have anything specific in mind?
Not terribly specific. I think it leaves it open to hearing that feedback from the process that disability management with EPS through EPC could provide in terms of getting folks back to work and understanding better the impact of not just the pandemic, but I think the last 2 years have been hard on all our frontline workers and emergency services.
Yeah, I'll probably also add, outreach workers in the social service sector, but that's also really outside of the city institution. So this seems to me like a cross-institutional support, not necessarily financial, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe there's any financial impacts to this.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, just, I guess, to your point, I knew I forgot something. To your point about maybe there's a lessons learned that can, just be good for our own corporate governance and workplace health and wellness, and potentially, I'm thinking about some of those partnering agency. Would that be helpful for that to be in the motion, or is that just implied, I guess?
I think that's a really good part two at a later time. My observation has been that this is a really defined group of people who, a very defined group of people and very defined data has been collected. And so being able to focus in on specifics, I think will allow for specific observations, specific outcomes, or outputs, I should say, generated from that, and then I think part two is looking across the organization and saying, where does this apply elsewhere in the organization, or where might this apply elsewhere? I'm cautious about creating too broad of a work too broad a work to start, because it would allow us to focus in on specific issues and maybe specific solutions.
And so you're thinking that, so that could be when it comes back, but is the standard 13 weeks what you had in mind?
I think 13 weeks puts us in the middle of budget, so maybe I'll say like Q1 2023.
So just to clarify, as this is stated, there's no report coming back.
Oh, then, yeah.
The motion as stated, just to get clarification if that was your intent, that administration offer support to the Edmonton Police Commission as it develops solutions to assist Edmonton Police Service members in returning to work due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. There's no requirement to report back.
Yeah, so it might come back in terms of we might get some feedback in terms of a memo follow-up, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So can we put the new wording in the motion? Because that's pretty much, the intent is the same, it's just the wording is different, right? So if you could put that into replace that with this one, that will be friendly from everyone, because there's no material change.
Yeah, it's that administration offer support to the Edmonton Police Commission as it develops solutions to assist EPS members in returning to work due to the impact of the pandemic.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks very much to the mover. Yeah, I think I appreciate what you said in terms of some of those lessons learned, coming back to the city and having that knowledge sharing as well. I was just wondering, to administration, do we have a sense of our short-term disability leaves right now for some of our frontline staff, like peace officers and firefighters as well?
So it's Kim Armstrong. I can try to answer that. We have no information about police officers, but we did recently provide a memo with information about certain groups of our employees and the short-term disability numbers attached to those groups. So we do track those numbers through the entire organization, as distinct from the police service, which I'm sure does their own tracking, and we do not have access to their numbers.
Oh yes, sorry, my apologies. I was asking for peace officers that are employed by the city, and I apologize I didn't see that memo. So do you feel, just sort of given given some of those rates, that there is that great opportunity to do some cross-learning as well between those frontline organizations.
So I will say, on behalf of folks that are in this space, that there is currently quite a bit of collaboration happening between folks working in our wellness area and folks in the Edmonton Police Service, and I think that they would welcome the opportunity to continue to collaborate and work together and support one another with best practices.
Great, excellent. So that collaboration and support is already happening, it sounds like.
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the question. Sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, my apologies. Just really quickly, so we will be getting a memo back to keep us apprised of what this support looks like.
So are you asking about the particular motion here?
Yes.
Certainly, we can provide a memo that explains the work that the city is doing to support its frontline workers in relation to recovering from the experience of the pandemic, and we can certainly provide that information to the Edmonton Police Commission to provide to their organization. I'm not sure what more you wanted.
No, that sounds great. I guess I'm just reading the text of the motion and saying, okay, so administration to offer support, and I don't know if the mover is interested in knowing what that support looks like.
Oh, yeah, so that's, I think, a clarity you're seeking from administration is how will we loop back around on this, like through a memo or
Yeah, and
something.
that was my question, yeah.
Sure, we'd be happy to prepare a memo that outlines the collaboration that occurs between our wellness folks and the folks in the Edmonton Police Service, if that would be satisfactory.
It sounds good to me. Great, thanks.
Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair? Just have a couple of questions.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So this would have to be non-financial support, right? Because any financial support requires direction from a clear direction.
Correct. So we'd, for example, talk about our trauma-informed support program. We would talk about our peer support program. I'm actually familiar with the fact that the Edmonton Police Service has a very extensive peer support program as well. So we would be explaining to them or describing to them the various programming we have in place to ensure the psychological and physical health and wellness of our employees. And then, would be interested to hear about the programming they have in place. And whether there is a best practice we could leverage, but my understanding is it is not financial.
Okay. So this is more information sharing,
Yes.
best practice sharing,
Yes.
which is a good thing to do, right?
For
This
sure.
will benefit rest of the corporation as well. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that clarity. And I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Yeah. Go to Councillor Jans.
Just to speak to it.
Okay, to speak. All right, so that concludes the questions to this motion. To speak, I will go to Councillor Jans. Go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly, I just wanted to thank Councillor Hamilton for bringing this forward. I think it's, though I'm a little unclear on the specifics and some of the outcomes, I think the symbolic value is really, really important. I think we don't do enough to talk about the impacts of the pandemic on mental health on our communities, and especially on all first responders, especially police. From talking to friends and family who are in enforcement, it's been it's been a very challenging time, and I think that Councillor Hamilton is wise to shine our proverbial floodlight on this topic and to talk about how we can do better. We're seeing these conversations happening across Canada that, well, to be blunt, some institutions that are predominantly a little more male and a little more, how shall we say, masculine, have in the past not come to the mental health conversation as easily as others. And I think that that's only part of this in terms of short-term disability, but I think it's opening a door to normalizing a really important conversation that all of us need to have more often. So I just wanted to say, yeah, again, I'll support the motion. I'm not not too worried. I'm really excited that hear that admin is already collaborating and collaborating with the service. 20% off is enormous. That's 1 in 5. That's 1 in 5 officers on short-term disability. And you know, when we're talking about the overtime stats and the stress and all of the other consequences, I mean, if you heard that 1 in 5 teachers was on short-term disability from schools, like we would be having a really big conversation right now. So thank you to Councillor Hamilton for launching this, and I'll vote in support.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Anyone else to speak? If not, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair? I just want to say a few words.
I have the chair.
You know, I really appreciate Councillor Hamilton bringing this forward, because during the COVID, all the people who work on the front lines have gone through a lot of stress, and that stress has implications for their own mental health, whether they're police officers or peace officers, healthcare professionals, paramedics, and some are out of scope for us. But I think because we work very closely with Police Commission, this would be a good collaboration to learn the best practices that we can implement supporting our workforce and EPS. EPS officers, face and do see a lot of trauma out there in the community, and they deal with the community's trauma on daily basis. So I think that also adds more pressure and mental health issues for them. I think that's something that we need to continue to recognize and support. But there's also another pressure on all of the organizations, which is of accountability. Communities demanding more accountability from every institution, including City of Edmonton, including from EP as well, and that can also cause pressures within the organizations that we need to learn what those best practices are that we can implement to deal with that stress as well, right? So I think it's a very good motion, and look forward to see how City can support EPS, and also how we can learn from them what's being done there. And I'll take the chair back.
Well said. I return the chair.
And we'll go to Councillor Hamilton to close.
I don't have anything else to add. I just thank my colleagues for their extremely kind words, identifying that this is an issue and that this is something that we collectively do need to be mindful of and pay attention to. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, our next motion pending is Healthy Streets Operations Center, Chinatown. Councillor Cartmel, you want to make the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do have some revised wording that I've sent to the clerk on this motion.
And can you just clarify the date?
The date is correct that I sent you. So that'd be the next council meeting.
It's loaded in the system now, Councillor Cartmel.
There we go.
Thank you. So restating this motion, that administration work with the Edmonton Police Commission and return a business plan, including financial requirements for the operation of a Healthy Streets Operations Center in Chinatown, with a due date of July 4th, 2022. So
Second.
Thank you.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just very briefly, we did hear from the Chinatown community at length over the course of the last several weeks, and one of the things that they are looking for and that we've heard our administration and our police commission support is what I'm phrasing as a Healthy Streets Operations Center, essentially a co-dispatch center in Chinatown. I don't want to speak for anyone specifically, but I believe we heard from Mr. Corbold that he can provide administrative funding to some degree for now, for the next several weeks, and from the city side. And we've heard that the police service can provide some funding for sworn officer support for now. This motion speaks to what happens subsequent to when that sort of immediate reaction runs its course. So in speaking with the chair of the police commission over the weekend, rather than, and just stating it plainly, rather than offering the original wording of my motion, which might have been seen to be directive, offering this language, which is to say that the police commission administration return back with a plan and outline whatever financial needs that they may have. My understanding is that plan is largely available and complete. So it can be brought back to the next council meeting for consideration of any financial support that might be requested as part of that report. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, I believe Councillor Jans was ahead of me.
Councillor Jans was ahead of you?
Yeah.
Oh, Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, so essentially what you're asking for is a funding package for up to, well, you took the dollar amount out, I see. So it's a funding package to provide a Healthy Streets Operations Center. And I'm assuming this would still be operated by the Edmonton Police Service as per the original motion?
I believe the intent is that it's co-managed by city administration, the police service, and a number of other agencies in the social service ecosystem. So it becomes a cooperated, supported, essentially a collection of resources that come out of the same dispatch, almost a task force type of an approach.
I'm sorry, I'm a new counselor. What is a Healthy Streets Operations Center?
Yeah, that's my name for it. And, and this is and then I stand to be corrected on this. This is the language that was used recently in San Francisco for a similar type of center in a neighborhood that required a short-term immediate response to gather resources from all agencies involved in this same work in that community and that's what they called essentially their co-dispatch center. It could be that the police service, the police commission has a different phrase or name for it.
That's what we are referring to. We are referring it to as a Healthy Streets Operations Center right now, Councillor Jantz. It was, this is essentially our response to Chinatown with that presence. And while we haven't got the facility up and running just yet, that is our plan to do that right up until August at this point.
Right. Well, so is it? I'm a little confused. Is this capital, operating, or both?
It's operating, all of it. It's mostly personnel with some operational leasing for the office space in Chinatown.
So what would be the contributions of the, and so actually I should clarify to what we're funding currently the operations center as per the plan right now. And Councillor Cartmel, is this a go forward for January 2023?
Well, I believe the details of that will come back in response to this report, but my understanding is there's a 3 to 4 month window through which Mr. Corbould and the Police Commission can operate this center, after which there's going to be need for resources. I'm not sure, frankly, Councillor Jans, if those are transitional resources until the 2023 budgets pick things up, or if it goes a bit longer than that. That's what would come out in response to this motion.
Like, in spirit, I'm leaning towards supporting it. I'm really struggling with sort of what this means and the implications, though. That's where, like, I'm wondering what are going to be the complication or the contributions of the Edmonton Police Service. How can they find efficiencies, or are they going to be able to sort of provide costing for their humans here? And then would the city funding be going towards sort of the non-police? Will this be a model like coordinated dispatch? I'm leaning towards supporting it, but those are the details I'm looking for. Do you see that being included in the business plan?
I do, Councillor Jans, and I guess I would say the motion is not to fund anything. The motion is to bring back a report that answers the very questions you're asking. And then with that information, each of us can decide whether they support moving forward with financial support and in what way.
Okay, so this is, I think I'd lean towards supporting it. Just a curiosity. Do the Edmonton police still operate the downtown detachment, right? Like, are there officers being dispatched out of the that location, in, you know, two blocks out of Chinatown?
Well, the last time I was there, it was operated, yes. But this is, you know, frankly, something that Chinatown is looking for, is that presence and that quote-unquote station right in the heart of the community. And so I believe it has merit, and I would like to see what the operating plan for such a place would be.
Okay, so to paraphrase, a collaborative storefront, if you will, a number of different services and groups going out of that space. The staffing, the funding, the et cetera, we'll figure that out in the proposal. Right now, this is just kind of the next step towards that. Am I getting it?
That's my view, and I guess that would be what I'd offer back to you by way of explanation. You know, from the spirit of matching the right resource to the right problem at the right time, having all those resources at hand in a collaborative co-dispatch, go-forward effort, I think has merit.
Okay, great. Looking forward to supporting it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to the mover for bringing this forward. Yeah, I have similar questions to Councillor Jans. My assumption would be that this business case would be sort of from, you know, the end of August until the end of the year, at which point, you know, that base level funding would be worked into the 2023, 2026 budgets and police funding formula as appropriate.
Well, again, I'm not going to speak to any specific timeline. I understand that there is a need for some resources to pick this up after what can be done in the immediate term through discretionary funding and discretionary budgets from Mr. Corbould and the police service specifically. There's a need to pick that up. There's also, I would suggest, a need, though, for relatively quick decisions on this. I don't think, well, in any of the businesses I've been a part of, you don't wait until August to find out whether you have money to operate in August. So, you know, there's a need to bring this report back and decide one way or the other what happens, using August as an example. What happens in August? Are we closing it, or are we going to continue to operate it? And I think that's the question that this report answers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you know, finding that bridge to the end of the year makes a ton of sense. And just on that, Mr. Corbould, I was wondering if the business plan will also include resources that you need in terms of our city staff, and then any other external agencies taking part. I think AHS might be in there. Just wondering if the business case will include that as well.
Yes, it'll certainly include, Councillor, what we're doing and what we can do with our resources, and if we need additional resources or not.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, those were all my questions. I really appreciate the desire to ensure that you know, this initiative that's being asked for by the community has a plan for sustainability, and that it is something that you know, doesn't just evaporate after an initial push. So thanks again to the mover for bringing this forward. I look forward to reviewing the business case.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tank.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the mover for bringing this forward. I guess to Mr. Corbould, I'm curious, where is the location currently for the Wichita that houses the HELP unit, essentially the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary teams?
Oh, I don't know, Councillor, where the help teams are housed right now. I don't believe, well, I know that they're not housed in Chinatown now, and this center is intended to be physically located within the core of Chinatown.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, I was supposed to actually tour, and I was quite excited to tour the building just to see how it's being operated, but I do understand it's downtown in the core, in the periphery. But is that what this essentially is going to be? Is this essentially a second building like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Okay.
this is very much responding to the call from Chinatown to have a physical presence within the core of Chinatown. And we're just scouting locations right now.
So currently the EPS is essentially modeling this operation center after Wichita. Is that kind of the approach?
Yeah, I think it'll certainly have many of the same elements, but I would also say that we're working closely with the EPSB to even expand where we can, you know, the social sector involvements and other parts of the team as well, like EMS, for example.
Yeah, and I'm very mindful as well that the EPS headquarter is right on 104th Ave, also, on the southern border of Chinatown. So this will essentially be a third location directly in the community.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And I guess I was also curious with that business planning, would you also be sharing information around how increased law enforcement and the impact it might have on safety perception or crime reduction? That's something I've heard quite a bit in the last few while, is that the increased foot patrol made it feel safer.
Yeah, I've heard the same things. I don't think this business case will be able to measure that at this point, but that is something that we will measure as part of the ongoing experience with this over the summer for sure.
Okay. And then there will be a checkpoint kind of in August where we get to visit some of that data points then?
Yeah, we can certainly provide an update on where we are. We absolutely need to, and that is really contained in our public safety plan, the importance of updating with data and reporting back to council on how we're doing.
Right. And the earlier version of the motion, identify funding source from FSR, this one is just asking for a business plan, but is that still sort of the anticipated? I guess it's a question to the mover. Is that still the anticipated source?
Well, I think, frankly, that's a bit premature.
Okay.
Let's see what the request is.
Sure.
Let's see and see if it's one time or ongoing. Let's see what the quantum is of that, and then if we want to support it, we can ask for advice on funding support at that time, or funding source at that time.
Okay. And you had mentioned timeline after August, like for one year, or that's still going to be also outlined in the...
That was not my timeline, Councillor Ting.
Okay.
That was somebody else offered that. I think
Okay.
the timeline will come in the report.
Okay, sounds good. I guess for me, like, this is essentially a service package, if it does come back after the July 4th business plan. It's not so much a question, but just an observation that we spent a lot of time in the last while talking about the pros and cons of a service package approach versus a funding formula. We ultimately decided with the funding formula to mitigate some of the challenges with emerging needs like this through service package. And I think that's but regardless of that, we are still receiving funding packages like this because of the emerging needs. So I'm just very mindful that in the future, I think we might potentially have other forms of needs that might emerge. And, I guess this will question for the police commission, who's not here, who's not part of this. But that will be something I'll be curious about in that report coming back in July 4th in terms of future asks like this, and how would the police service either absorb that or think about the allocation of that.
Can I respond to that in a
sure.
don't you think kind of way? I would first of all suggest that it's actually me that's bringing the service package forward, not the police commission, in response to what we've heard from the Chinatown folk. It is, we'll see what, I don't want to presuppose anything, but I do want to see this be a relatively short-term package, if you will, and that the support for this, if it's an ongoing thing or a strategy that is going to, be in Chinatown, but also perhaps be emulated, that it is folded into the funding formula and the baseline funding for the police service. But I do think that there's a short-term need for some resources to essentially plan through that and moderate the plan or modify the plan to adopt these strategies into the police allocation. So this is not intended to be, I'll say it plainly, an end around to increase the police budget. This is intended to be a relatively short-term thing that finds its way into the police budget.
Okay, I'm way out of time. I appreciate that, because I also did hear a sustainable solution as well, so I'm a little bit unclear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Tang, you've used up 1 minute and 18 seconds of my time, so I'll keep it short. To the mover, I'm just wondering, so I just Googled the San Francisco model that you discussed, and it's I guess mainly in response to homeless encampments from what I can see. And are you looking that this might also include the Denver STAR model as well, which sort of a more, I guess, more dealing with mental health and paramedic emergency services, or is it just strictly encampments?
Councillor Wright, it's not strictly anything. It's bringing all the resources together into one place to address the issues in the moment. I'm sure that there's learnings from those other models. I did borrow the phrase that identifies the center from the San Francisco model, but I would suggest that this would, well, perhaps on taking from those learnings, be very much an Edmonton approach to an Edmonton set of concerns.
Okay, so just the phrasing, not necessarily the whole model and concept. Excellent. And then I'm just also concerned, just in reference to Councillor Hamilton's earlier motion about with 20% of our sworn officers on disability, I wonder, will there be sufficient resources from EPS? And I know we can't direct anything for EPS, but could that be outlined in the report as to what the Edmonton Police Commission might be able to suggest resources required from EPS to fund this or to resource this funding?
So so first of all, sworn officers are not easy to create or invent. It's a journey. And because of that, when resources are tight, that means drawing upon the fixed resource pool we have. So in other words, that means overtime, extra shifting, and quite frankly, taxing those that are not on leave to an even greater extent. So there's an immediate short-term need for resources that pays for things like overtime and pays for perhaps short-term resources to augment what we have already. I don't know what the overall plan will be for recruiting and training more sworn officers to replace those that might leave. That is an operational thing. All I really know is that there's a need for short-term resources to get us through this hump until we can normalize operations.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to put any more strain on our already strained operation. So I'll wait until the actual business plan comes forward and get more details then. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Just for one further comment, I would suggest that it's a resource that is operating out of this spot as opposed to the spot that they're operating out of today doesn't add to their strain. It just, they report to work in a different place.
Okay. Okay. Reallocation of those same resources? Or?
Would be my guess in the short term, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So just a question around how this fits into the safety plan that was submitted to the province. I know there was a section that talked about an identified need for a Healthy Streets Operations Center. And I guess my reading of that was that work was underway. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, in the absence of Councillor Cartmell's motion bringing this forward, was admin planning on bringing this forward?
Councillor, I would say that in our safety plan that we presented, it identified how we're doing this, how we're establishing it right now, between now and August, which is essentially taking resources away from other priorities and putting them towards this for the summer because it is a high priority. This motion, as I understand it, will come back with how do we sustain it beyond August. So it's the same thing. It's just that we have a plan in place for operating between now and August. We don't have a plan in place for sustaining it beyond August at this point.
Okay. Thank you. I guess also, I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity, maybe to the mover as well. My understanding is that a very similar concept was on the table in the past, I believe, from an operational perspective from EPS, but there was some decisions around not moving forward at that time. Is this the same thing, essentially? Is that the same concept?
I do believe that the work in this business plan would build on past work that the police service undertook, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I think Councillor Tang had some good lines of questioning that answered some of mine, so I'll leave it at that. But thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And Councillor Jans, are you on for more questions or to speak?
To speak to it.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any other questions, just going once, going twice. Sold to Councillor Jans for speaking to the item.
Thank you. Again, I'll speak in support of the motion ahead of us today, but I'll have to express my apprehension about potential resourcing of it when we see the financial requirements. I'm really nervous about a couple of things. The strain already on many of our nonprofit partners, on city resources, on our potential budget process going ahead. I would be much more comfortable if this was something that we could take forward as an ask to Minister Shandro, given the fact that we've seen millions cut in potential photo radar revenue. We are down between forecasted 6 and 7 million. In the past as well, the provincial government has made changes that cut the police over the revenue to the police over $5 million for some of the, I believe, the DNA testing services, etc. So we've seen a number of different ways that the city of Edmonton has stepped up and Edmonton taxpayers have stepped up. But yet as we learned from, the tragedies recently, many of the challenges affecting downtown and Chinatown or others are much more provincial and systemic in nature. So I'm worried we're again going to Edmontonians, asking them to pay more for something that is a provincial responsibility. So while it may have merit and it may be a good idea, I'm just again not sure if we should be at the end of the day putting this on our tax bill, or if this is something we should be asking for provincial support and funding. So support today, but again, I really have to see the fine print of the funding requirements, especially if again we're asking. I would really hope that it's not additional money towards the police either. That if we're going to be moving into a funding formula situation going forward, I'm hoping that we can find these savings through efficiencies in the service already. That we can redeploy people to downtown as originally intended a few years ago. We heard during the budget debate about the 20 officer station downtown when it used to be 160. So I'm hoping this will lead to a spread, and if we can augment police services elsewhere, and I'll be speaking about that later with my Reach 24/7 crisis diversion motion. Hopefully that'll free up police resources to go to Chinatown. So again, thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for amending your motion. I think this is much more clear than the original.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Just very quickly, happy to support this, and I agree the amended motion offers some clarity. Yeah, I'm pretty worried about what happens after August as well, but I also worry about the expectation that we're setting as we continue to, set up shop, and are the intent short-term, long-term. Coming back to the intent, I feel like, over the last few years, we've seen some really, great success when it comes to initiatives that are multidisciplinary in nature, and trying to answer that question of the right resource to the right people at the right time. But whether this is that long-term solution, I think I look forward to some clarity when it comes back July 4th. I also heard earlier some commentary around input from the healthcare sector, for example. If we truly want to be interdisciplinary, I think city alone can't do it. If it offers more, comfort and assurance to the community, I think that's an important step. But I think I will worry about the continued, I don't know if it's duplication, or is it a concentration, but the deployment of the resources as well. So I just want to share some concerns, happy to support this and look forward to the information that will come back. I think it's, of course, important to always respond to communities when the needs arise and when there's a demand for it and there's a voice for it. But I hope we also sort of consider some of the bigger pictures and the ecosystem as well. Thank you for bringing this forward and looking forward to the next round of discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair for a second?
I can take the chair.
Thanks. I should have done that earlier. I'm used to committee. I second this motion because I'm very interested in getting this information back. I think that there's a lot of excellent models to draw from around North America and beyond. So I think it's important to recognize that this is something that the community is very interested in. Councillor Tang, I think, made a really good point about whether this is concentration or not, which is exactly what we're trying to move away from. But if this is something that looks like it's maybe a little bit more innovative and new, I think that it will hold a lot of merit. Not only will this help the folks in Chinatown, but it will help people feel more comfortable frequenting Chinatown. And it may also act as leverage to get some more provincial assistance for the specific problems that we see in Chinatown, which would be phenomenal. So thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for making the motion. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues for their thoughtful insights. I share the concerns, quite frankly. This is not the perfect solution. I think it offers an opportunity, though, to gain specific insights. The question of concentration, deconcentration. We know today that there is a concentration of activity and social service entities in that neighborhood. And so, providing a somewhat complementary concentration of focus might then provide the learnings that we're looking for that speak to what resources are actually needed. We might find, quite frankly, that it's not necessarily a police response, but another response or a response from another entity that is most valuable in this space at this time. And there's less police, specifically police involvement. I too would like to see this, evolve to a point where it's part of the police allocation. We've all spoken to and talked about the need to start migrating resources to a solution set and not a single solution entity. But that's going to take time, and I see this as being part of the opportunity to take some learnings. I think it's also important to remember that this is going to evolve quite a lot. We still have Police Act changes coming down the road that might speak to how police services and other entities react and how resources might migrate. We have our shelter standards that we really hope that the province adopts, which would have a dramatic effect on day-to-day activity in Chinatown and in Boyle-McCauley more generally. We have the introduction of the new Boyle Street Co-op facility into this neighborhood that is going to potentially have a dramatic effect on what happens day-to-day and in the moment. So, that there may be a need for this now and a need for a focus, for the balance of a year or two or three. And then we might find that we simply don't need this anymore and we can migrate to a different solution set. But right now, today, our Chinatown community has advised us and identified that this is a need, that we need to not only have a presence in that community, but that we need to collectively make this a point of emphasis and a point of focus. And so I think a short-term funding of this facility in the way that a business plan describes will be worthy of consideration. So I look forward to the report and to your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried. So, just a little bit of housekeeping. I think when we come back in the afternoon, because we have a time specific, we will be moving into private. At that point, we should probably deal with all our in-private items and then return to motions pending, if that's agreeable with council.
Yeah, so just a quick update. So there is a protocol item. The protocols are at 1:30.
Right, and there is an additional protocol item with the mayor.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, so just for everybody at home watching along, so the first item at 1:30 after protocols will be 9.2. Then you'll move into 9.4, which is the regional update. The consultant's update verbal report 9.5 is time specific at 3 o'clock with a hard stop at 3:30. The board chair for item 9.6, the GEF Seniors Housing, will be here at City Hall and will be as flexible as he can be so that you can deal with that item this afternoon. And then once you've dealt with all your privates, then you'll move back into the remaining motions pending, of which there are 4, and then move to item 10, which is notices of motion.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk. What would we do without you? One shudders to imagine. Thank you. We will now take our break.
So, Mr. Mayor, just while we're getting a few things organized, would you mind if I just run through what we're planning to do this afternoon and the order? Okay, awesome.
Absolutely.
Thanks. So I know we have a protocol item, which we'll be starting with shortly. And then the first item of business, once you go in camera, is going to be item 9.2.
Okay,
And then we're going to ask, just based on delegations availability, that we move to item 9.4, which is a regional update.
okay,
9.5 is time-specific at 3 p.m. That's the only time the consultants are available.
Okay.
And that will happen from 3 to 3:30.
yep,
And then there's two remaining items which clerks have, which is 9.6, which is the GEF Seniors Housing. We have the board chair will be here after 2 o'clock. And then 9.1, which is the EMRB subcommittees. That's also a clerk's report, so we're thinking we could deal with our reports at the very end. That way administration can leave. And then we do have, hopefully we'll have time for you to go back to all of the 8s.
Okay.
So there's 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6.
Okay.
And then it's entirely possible there are a few notices of motion.
okay. So we will deal with in-camera meetings as you described,
Please.
as scheduled, right? And once we are done that, then we'll come into public to deal with the motions pending?
Correct, and then we'll go back to item 10.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah,
And we're just getting that information.
no problem. Thank you. It's so quiet here.
We were warned that now it all carries.
Hi, Marilyn. How are you? Nice to see you. You're back at City Hall. You missed this place. Oh, good.
We're live, right? So I can't tell a story about Mary.
With your permission, Marilyn, can Councilor Paquette tell? It's okay, I got what I need. That's okay. No, I got what I need. Okay, all right, okay, that's it. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome Linda Hutt, our City Hall school teacher, as we acknowledge her incredible career at the City of Edmonton. Linda is an exceptional, award-winning teacher who cares deeply about empowering youth to use their voices to make our Edmonton a better place. For the past 12 years, she has led grade 1 to 6 students and their teachers with a week-long introduction to municipal government here at City Hall. Her students learn about the issues that affect our city and the important role that Edmontonians of all ages play in municipal decisions. It has always been the highlight of my week to sit down with these kids, answering their big questions and learn from them. The experiences Linda shares gives these young citizens the confidence and curiosity to participate in their communities throughout their lives. We have been so fortunate to have Linda lead this program. After inspiring kids for so many years, she deserves a long, fulfilling retirement. Linda, City Hall School will continue, but we will miss the passion, skill, and care that you have poured into program and shared with the students. So on behalf of all of my council colleagues, I want to give my sincere thanks to you for your outstanding work. We wish you a fulfilling and joyful retirement. And I know council members, if you want to share some of your memories with Linda briefly. I know Councillor Knack has a few words to say. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I just wanted to take a moment offer my thanks as well. I think about, as you noted, it's always the highlight, and after 8 years, getting to attend City Hall School and get to chat with the students there, it's a constant source of inspiration in what we get to do every day. So it's sad to see you go. The one thing I thought I would just share is that the thing I think I've learned the most is, a lot of times when we talk about youth, sometimes a lot of people throw the terminology future leaders, leaders of tomorrow. And I actually don't like that phrasing a lot, because what I find, and Linda's done an incredible job, is that, through the experiences that they get, through the education that you get to share with them, they are becoming leaders in those moments while you're getting to do that. And so what's great to see is how these students then go back to their family, their friends, and they educate them, and they inspire them to get involved. So I just want to thank you after so many years. I knew I didn't break out too. But you have created so many leaders in this city that have then inspired others to take ownership into building a better community. So my thanks to you, and I'll probably leave it there because I'll just keep crying.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just very briefly, I had the true honor and privilege of getting to be part of City Hall School as a staff member when I was at the City of Edmonton. So got to spend many happy hours in City Hall School. And Linda, what always impressed me so much was not just you teaching the kids to be critical thinkers, but to be such compassionate ones. And to Andrew's point, that echoes throughout our community, and you have done tremendous work in that, in introducing kids to the complexity of our social reality, especially downtown. But you did so, again, with such compassion and wisdom. So thank you so much for that. You will be missed so much, but hopefully our paths will continue to cross. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Linda, you want to come up and say a few words and also introduce your family, please, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry, just hold on. Don't go back to your seat. Go back to your seat, please. Councillor Paquette, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to express my profound gratitude for Linda and all the work you've done with the kids in our community, and also the parents who attend. I think they learn a little bit more about their city as well. And the passion and the care and the love that you show those kids has come through time and again. And I'm always moved by visiting your classroom and seeing just how deeply you care about what you do and how that transfers over. It's been such an inspiration. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, yes. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Linda for, as a new councillor, I was amazed at the questions that the kids ask. I think Mayor Sohi, you might have some tough questions in your media scrums, but I don't know, the questions that the kids posed to me kept me on my toes. So, and I think that just goes to how Linda has informed them so well.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you for that, for getting me in practice for it.
Thank you. They prepare.
And for the thumbs up, Linda, because you know when to cut me on.
Yeah. Thank you. Kids do prepare us to tackle the media. Right, so good. Councillor Jens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it procedurally in order to refuse a retirement?
I think you have to talk to school board.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I guess I just want to say, Linda, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you over the last 11 years as the school trustee as well. That certainly you're hearing gratitude from City Council, but I know your program and the experience has been a phenomenal contribution to Edmonton Public Schools and Edmonton Catholic Schools, and just yesterday, I was coming out of the parkade or last week rather, I was coming out of the parkade on my bike, and a young student recognized me from City Hall School and was making some commentary about city council matters, and just the idea that everyone gets the feeling that they too matter, that they are a contributing member of this community and they are part of this democracy. It's so beautiful. And at a time when things can be so gloomy out there, having the optimism and that sense of justice that City Hall students have inculcated in them in the city, the belief that we can do things together, it's wonderful and a beautiful antidote to that cynicism and despair. So thank you so much, and best wishes on your journey.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. All right, Linda, now up, please.
Well, this is certainly an honor to have this recognition, and I've loved having this role of City Hall school teacher for these years and had the chance to connect kids to their city curriculum, career pathways, and being good citizens, and couldn't do it without the support of family. I've got my mom and dad here, and my husband, sister-in-law, friends, and the civic events team, Nicole's team. There's so much support from everybody here at the city administration and city workers. I said that we've gone from A to Z with arborists all the way to Zamboni drivers of people supporting and helping build leaders for the future. So thank you again for all your support, and I'll continue to do my own version of City Hall School as I hang out in the city and stay connected and stay caring and curious. Thanks again.
Thank you once again, Linda. And once again, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much. Your phenomenal contribution to City School and to the city. Thank you so much. Okay, now we go back to our boring work of governance. Right. Okay, somebody needs to move that we go into.
Could you do
Oops.
a wee roll call before you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And point of order, I think what we learned from Linda is that governance is never boring.
Ah. Okay, I'll take my words back. There's a teacher in Councillor Paquette. All right. Okay. Councillor, we do the roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Still here.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hi there.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Oh, yes.
Good
Oh, yes, yes. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Howdy. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jens.
Good afternoon.
All right. We're getting ready for Stampede. Okay. Can we go into private now? Councillor Knack?
Yes, move that we go into private, subject to many different sections of FOIP for all the items, 17, 24, 25, 21, 19. I think I got them all.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote to go into camera, sorry.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes for me.
Yes, it's for Jans.
Thank you, all three. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please.
we're back online, and MJ's just going to call security to get the doors open. But if we can just give her a couple seconds before we start throwing motions.
So 9.1, we send it to next committee, or like we receive for that?
Why don't we maybe just take a wee moment on that one, and we can just go for 9.2. So there were motions that need to be made for 9.2.
Okay.
9.3 was dealt with this morning, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
9.4, look for direction from council. 9.5, there's actually an attachment 4 in your agenda that contains the direction required.
Yeah.
And then 9.6, we do require direction to reactivate.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And when will we deal with 9.1? Sometime?
When would you like to deal with it?
We have next council meeting as well, right? When is that?
Yeah, do you want to receive, I don't have any information other than we brought forward what we were asked to bring forward. So if you want to receive it for information, the report goes away. If you want to postpone it to the next council meeting, happy to make that happen.
Yeah,
as
let's
well.
postpone it next council meeting, which is on Wednesday?
July 4th.
July 4th, okay.
Yeah, happy to do so.
But there's a continuation of this council meeting, isn't it? This.
I hope not.
But
No, today,
today is our last day for this meeting? Okay.
no, well, if you finish today, you're done. If you're not done today, which is the 20th, you continue on the 24th.
Oh, that's what I'm
July 4th is a
confusing.
completely different meeting.
Okay, 24th. Okay, July 4th would work.
Sounds good.
Yeah. We need a motion to send it to July 4th.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Do you want to start with that, Mr. Mayor? When
Sure.
the doors we're back in public.
Okay. So we need someone to move 9.1 to be referred to July 4th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Tank, seconded by Councillor Cardmell. Any questions? Please vote. Please vote.
We're just sending the vote
Okay,
out,
no
Mr. Mayor.
No worries.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Collective bargaining, Councillor Hamilton, you exempted this. You want to move?
Sure, I will move item 9.2. And
the actions contained in the attachment.
Actions contained in the, oh, there it is. Look, it's on the screen. I'll move that attachments 1 and 2 be added to the June 20th Employee Services Report, and that the actions outlined in attachment 2 of the verbal report be approved, and that attachments 1 and 2 of the June 20th, 2022 Employee Services Verbal Report remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And regional update, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, happy to move that we receive that report for information, Mayor Sohi, and that we keep it in private subject to the FOIPs. Which ones?
24 and 25.
24 and 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded that. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And next one is 9.5, Councillor Rice. Consultant update.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I move that the actions outlined in attachment 4 of the June 15, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01309 be approved. The attachment 4 of the June 15, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01309 remaining private pursuant to Section 17, 19, and 24.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. GEF Seniors Housing, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move that administration start midterm recruitment for the Greater Edmonton Foundation Seniors Housing Board of Directors to fill 4 vacancies, and that the June 20th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01329 remain private pursuant to Section 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We may have lost Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette, are you there? Councillor Paquette is absent. We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes that.
Now I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We are back to motions pending, right, Madam Clerk? And we dealt with 8.1 and we finished 8.2 as well, right? And 8.3 is next, right? Okay, small scale sanctioned encampments. This is from Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I will read in my motion, which is that administration provide a report outlining options, including funding requirements, to pilot one or more small-scale sanctioned encampments in summer 2022 as one strategy to support the safety and well-being of people experiencing homelessness and reduce impacts to surrounding businesses and community. If I can get a seconder, I'll introduce this a bit further.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you so much. I know that we spoke about the option of managing encampments earlier this year, and in the context of sort of larger encampments that that could be managed. At that time, I think we heard from administration a number of the challenges that have arisen in other jurisdictions and didn't proceed at that time. In the weeks since, what I've really seen and heard from businesses and residents is that our current encampment response, particularly in hotspot areas, is really just sort of an endless loop where encampments are removed and then they are back again in the same locations within a few hours. I think this really speaks to some of the bigger challenges and just the lack of value that cyclical nature has for our community. So for the people living in encampments, there's significant disruption and trauma and sort of being displaced on a continuous basis with no alternatives in terms of where to be or to go. And then for businesses and surrounding residents, it's also not addressing their concerns or needs either. So the nuance with this approach would be considering much smaller scale encampments, so maybe 5 to 10 tents per site with wraparound services and amenities being provided on site. And crucially, the intent of these smaller scale managed encampments would be to get people ready to move into the permanent supportive housing units that are coming online later this summer. So, even with permanent supportive housing that's heavily subsidized, residents still need to provide rent. That's usually through benefits that they're entitled to. That's how the operating model of these buildings work. So this would provide effectively bridge housing to get people ready, moving from homelessness into housing by getting their paperwork in order, getting them lined up, so that as soon as those units come online, they can be shifted into the permanent supportive housing units. So that is also intended to really mitigate one of the risks that was highlighted in the previous report around when managed encampments don't have an exit strategy, particularly with a winter coming up. So this again is intended to be short duration encampments, managed encampments, get people ready to move into the permanent supportive housing, and then help stop some of that cyclical cycling through in the meantime. So that's the idea and intent, and I'd be pleased to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have questions. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the mover for putting this forward. I think, as you referenced, we did have a pretty extensive discussion about this on May 9th, City Council meeting. And so I'm just wondering how this one stack up to the motion that was put forward, that I put forward, also related to, prototyping and testing, because the intent of that was not to be, I guess, overly prescriptive to say sanctioned encampment is the only solution, and there are, other options that administration could explore.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think that they are very complementary. But maybe administration could weigh in a little bit more about the scope you see in setting up these pilots and how they could reflect the values and principles that Councillor Tang's motion had identified.
So when we're thinking about how to manage people experiencing homelessness in new and innovative ways, we are open to using whatever research is available to ensure that we have the most productive and positive response. So that would be something that we certainly would look into if this motion were to pass, to make sure that we wouldn't be constrained by the word encampment, but that we would provide a response that is more fulsome and does investigate other options.
Right, and that's what that last motion is about. So I guess that's what you just said feels pretty duplicative to me. And I'm curious about the timeline. I see it's a question mark here, but I think in eScribe it's July 4th. I don't know if that still stands.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Councillor.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say we've been doing quite a lot of concurrent activity on this one because we started working on it several weeks ago, just based on what we're trying to manage from an encampment perspective. So I do believe we may be able to meet something as early as 4 July.
And where and what are the locations you're looking at? Is it in one of the hotspot areas?
That'll come in the details of the report, Councillor Tang. We don't have all that squared away just yet.
Right. So I guess I have one more question just related to the last motion. So the timeline for that is October, so that we give administration the full range of flexibility to explore as many options as you can and trying things out based on lived experiences. And I'm just wondering, what's the capacity like within the team to, that one is a fairly involved, research and development stage. And now we have this piece that's coming in fairly fast. Do you have the capacity to address both, to the best of abilities?
I believe we do, but I think we are stretching our capacity to the maximum extent right now. But I think we can do this.
Yeah, and I guess, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, well, I was just gonna jump in and apologies. I think something, and I've apologized again if I'm misremembering your motion, but I think a specific consideration for this one is that the report coming forward on July 4th would also enable us to allocate resources for these to be delivered over the summer. And I'm not sure if there was a resource request linked to the motion that you had passed in May. And again, apologies for my poor memory.
No, I wouldn't say that there was a resource attachment. It was more about within the, I think at the time we were discussing resource, and this would have been a portion of that. Yeah, I think that's where I'm kind of struggling. You know, for every single meeting, whether it's encampment, whether it's transit, we talk a lot about the strain on staff capacity, and yet I feel like we're doing things on top of one another that potentially might be duplicative. And then just the timeline with both of these, and I'm like, is there something, you know, if this work has been going on for the last few weeks, is there something that maybe a lot of us don't know about in the background that's advancing? That is contributing to this one coming forward at this time right now. So I think those are just some lack of clarity that I'm having. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to that, and that's my last question.
Maybe I'll just suggest, Councillor Tang, that about 4 weeks ago, with some of the events in Chinatown, I think that sort of got us thinking again about how we could do this in a different way. And I also think that some of our partners have rethought some of the things as well. And so we've just been working with them for about 4 weeks now on some of this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang. I just need a clarity from City Clerk. If such a direction was already given, right, through another motion, right, is this a redundant motion, or is this requires, or this separate from what direction has been already given?
I don't have that other motion to hand. I'd have to go in and gather it and have a look at it.
I just need clarity, maybe from administration point of view, from
I see this as separate, Your Worship, because I see this as one very specific example, and I see the other motion as having us look at a whole bunch of different potential options.
We need to make sure that. Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I have so many questions on this. So one or more is pretty vague in terms of emotion, in terms of, when we're talking small scale, like you said, 5 to 10, well, our current houseless population is 3,000, just under 3,000. So I feel like, yeah, I just wanted to get some sense on, do we really feel that one or a few small scale encampments will help? Or will there just be will this create an unintended consequence of scarcity and fighting over who gets to be in those sanctioned encampments? Just thoughts on that to the mover.
Yeah, no, that's a great consideration. I think, a number of things. You're right that this alone isn't going to solve the problem. It's a much bigger problem, and that's for sure. I think where it offers an advantage is, again, in some of these hotspot locations. It's not the full, and I think it's about 800 people that I understand are in encampments right now, recognizing that many more are unsheltered in various different ways. And that a subset of that 800 are in a specific location. So I think it does have the potential to alleviate some of the pressures on specific locations. Again, I think too that without this, there's a real risk that we will have 500 new units of permanent supportive housing come online at the end of the summer, and it will make absolutely no difference in encampments, that folks living in encampments right now aren't going to be able to access those units. So this to me is a way to mitigate that, so that, that permanent solution that we talk about so often can be used to its greatest advantage.
Have we, and this I guess maybe is to Andre then, have we consulted with Homer Trust? Because I would assume that they already have quite a pipeline for those permanent supportive housing units, and would this be kind of, again, as somebody that's worked in the houseless system, I know a way to jump the queue?
Yeah, maybe I'll defer to Crystal to see if she's had that discussion yet or not. Ms. Kajener.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Now, So Edmonton's homeless living sector has a coordinated access system which prioritizes all people experiencing homelessness for housing placements. So that system will continue to be the system that identifies who is going into supportive housing when it opens. I think though the connection that maybe that councillor is suggesting is that there are some people who are sleeping outside who may already be prioritized for supportive housing, and this could provide them an alternative to bridge housing if that's a more appropriate place for them or a place that's more amenable for them. Could use
So just so I'm clear, we're suggesting that a sanctioned encampment is a form of bridge housing?
I think that was the point that the councillor was making previously. I don't, as not that it was meant to be housing, because obviously an encampment is not housing, but that it could be a transition
I would be
point.
really cautious about that wording, for sure, and I'm very concerned about this motion as it stands and some of the language around, this is a good pipeline, because again, even as a pilot, and I'm going back to, as a member of audit committee, we just had a report last week on our homeless response and how disjointed and how lacking we were in outcomes. So if this is a pilot, I guess, to the mover, what are the intended outcomes? Because we're not going to have 500 units of permanent supportive housing every year to put online.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that some of the outcomes would be, the immediate improvement to some of the areas they're experiencing high levels of encampments. I think though it also teaches us lessons for future years where, again, we may not face the same pressures, but it will allow us to see if different approaches to manage encampments help with the response, right? If they are workable, if they do achieve the objectives of providing a bit more stability for folks who are in encampments and for surrounding communities as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to do a second round. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Plouffe, I believe you're online. I just wanted to ask you, I know that we discussed that there was a risk of liability, and I just wanted to clarify that even just as a pilot project, it would still be a risk of liability?
Well, I think there's always a risk of liability, but when you think of it on a smaller scale, that may be more easily managed. So I haven't looked at that specifically, and maybe Ms. Kajener has with my team, but I think it's a scalable, potentially a scalable matter that I think maybe we can more easily manage.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to, if this motion passes today, the report would come back in July. Would that come with from administration, either support or not in support of this project?
I think we're still analyzing that, Councillor. So we'll come back with the details of the motion, but I think until I see the report, I'd like to reserve that recommendation.
Sorry, yeah, no,
I don't know yet.
Yeah, I'm not asking if you are in support yet, just if it would come back in July already, if we would see administration's.
I think it's fair to say we'd always provide a recommendation one way or the other on this sort of thing.
Okay, and on July 4th, then we would see one. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering, and because we're doing specifically for summertime, we are addressing some concern regarding the encampment, and this is existing issues. So what's the specific difference this motion will bring? And
is that
yeah, to administration or to mover, both can answer this, because I just try to get more information on encampments we have to address every year. Every year we address this needs or concerns, and then what could be this pilot the difference and for this year to do this type of sense, and how we can achieve the different outcomes.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, so I think that this is really responding to the acute crisis that we're seeing in terms of, this being some of the highest levels of homelessness that we've experienced in our city. It's impacting communities. It's obviously affecting the people who are experiencing homelessness. So it's really in response to the magnitude of the challenge that we're currently seeing in our city streets, and also recognizing that we do have this unique opportunity with the permanent supportive housing units opening this summer as well.
Okay.
Sorry, was there a second part to the question?
Not really. And then I have a little bit the same feeling as Councillor Tan's mentioned, is a little bit like the duplication, but I'm not fully understand the intention for this. It appears to me there's still some not clear points here. What type of outcome we really want to achieve? For example, if we have some high risk area, we have some like high hotspots, and is this pilot will really address that, and then to give some like different outcome and compared to the last years. So I believe the last year we received over like 4,000 complaints and regarding an incompetence. And then is there anything, and we are doing, and plus we're doing bridging housing and a strategy, and then the action is always on the way. But why we need to bring a larger pilot and to do a larger experiment? And to me, it's not really clear.
Question.
Yeah, and again, I think it's, sorry.
Is that to admin, Councillor Rice, or to Councillor Stevenson?
It's not really matters, and mover or administration can answer this.
So Councillor Stevenson, quickly. Then I'll go to
Sure, yeah, so I think, again, it's really in those areas that are seeing that cyclical nature of our current encampment response. It is not leading to, and then like long-term is not even the right, it's not even leading to solutions that last for more than an hour. So areas will be cleared, and then within hours, they're back again. So I think one of the outcomes as well is thinking about the resource implications that has for our encampment response teams. If they are continuously going back to the same area, that prevents their ability to go to other areas, and may be able to provide the low risk response, connect people to services. It's just a way to make better uses of the resources rather than continuing to do the same things over and over again.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson. To me, and then this is actually not answer my questions. And because to me, and we are year by year, and how many years we are doing this type of work already, and why we are still starting a larger palette. And then can we just look at what is not working and address something what is not working, and instead of just keep doing the pilot. Keep doing the pilot. And so I do understand how important, and for some hot spots area and high risk area like Chinatown, and do need some like solution, no matter is short term or long term solution. I do believe that is so important. And I also, and then if you think this will bring more information and come back, I'm looking forward to the more information come back. But I do want to say we need to focus on the real solution.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
I want to speak in support.
You want to speak? Okay, Councillor Wright, questions?
Yes, I just have one, and maybe to the mover, but maybe more to admin when they come back with the report. How do you make sure that you contain it to be just a smaller scale encampment?
So that's to admin, sorry, Councillor Stevenson. Administration, question? How do you contain the size?
That's an excellent question, and it would be something that, as we work through the many details around capacity, enforcement, the support services, all of that would need to be considered, and that would be part and parcel of the recommendation that would be brought forward.
Okay.
It's an excellent issue that requires deep consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make sure that that was being looked at. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just to be clear, this is asking for us to actually set up encampments as a stopgap between people who are unhoused on their journey to being housed. I just want to be crystal clear that it's asking for a report outlining those options to the mover.
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
I think it's very basic form. That is the intent, to provide greater, I think, again, support the safety and well-being of people experiencing homelessness on a journey to finding permanent housing, and then again, reducing the impacts to surrounding businesses and communities.
Okay, and when you say encampments, are you thinking tents or temporary housing?
It's a great question, and I think that would be some of the information coming forward in the report.
Okay, so you're not giving a direction that encampments means tents? Because I think that's how media would probably read this motion.
Yeah, I mean, I look to administration, but I think exploring the options that exist for that is a great opportunity that this report presents.
All right, Ms.
Yeah, I think the way we're looking at it, Councillor, is that could be one of the options. It could be smaller units, could be one of the options. But the key is that if we did this, you would also provide things like a place for you to lock up your belongings and some more wraparound services that weren't just done sort of coincidentally like they are in the streets and with encampments now.
Okay. All right. Well, this brings us all the way back to conversations we were having a couple of years ago about sort of mobile accommodations. Just to speak to it quickly so I don't have to log in again, Mr. Mayor, I will support this motion, but if the information we get back is that this is like a small scale tent cities, I don't think I would be in support of that. So I'm hoping administration comes back with something a little more creative than that, which doesn't actually have to be all that creative, just not tents. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartwell?
Yeah, I just, I guess in the form of a question, Ben, echoing Councillor Paquette's words. Oh, I was looking for somebody to talk to. Would we consider what the city of Surrey did a year and a half or 2 years ago, where they essentially replaced a number of tent encampments, canvas tarp encampment type of locations with essentially trailers, temporary trailers and housing then in a more controlled environment. Is that something that we might look at if we support this motion?
But that's probably to admin, right?
I guess to administration, yeah. Is that something that we could have a look at?
I would just say, to answer that, Councillor Cartmel, we have looked at larger scale options in the past, and I think what would be different with this report is we could bring back smaller scale interventions as well too, along the scale of what's been suggested here, 10 to 15 units. There are more and more increasingly becoming vendors who are interested in providing very small options, and so we would bring back, we could summarize the information that's been prepared previously and then augment it with any updates in terms of what's coming onto the market right now. To make it a safer environment beyond a soft-sided structure.
Yeah, I guess I would just remark that I get these still almost weekly proposals for hard-sided temporary, relatively temporary shelters that can be erected very, very quickly. They happen at construction sites all the time. So it's, relatively easy to service, relatively easy to install, have them here by Monday kind of things. So if we were to I'd be much more supportive of going down that road than providing an empty lot to erect a bunch of tents on. Not to be too provocative about it, but if that's something we can look at, then I would support this from that aspect. But, you know, again, echoing Councillor Paquette, not necessarily from the other aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cotmel. Okay, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that as well. I think one of the challenges that we hear often in relation to encampments and some of the shelter space as well, that there are no minimum standards and anything that those places do not provide dignity to people, right? So I think having a place, and I think having tents or encampments that as we see them now, and adding that kind of, I think probably, no, I think that will not go well for reputation of the city, and also pushing people into the conditions that they're forced into on their own, right? That's not what we are envisioning. Mr. Corbell, I just need a clarity on that.
Yeah, I guess my understanding of the motion is that we would consider tented encampments. So if that's not supported, I think we'd have to get clarity, because that would be one of the options from our understanding of what this motion says.
Maybe
it wouldn't be limited to that option necessarily, but it would be one of the options, I think, is what our understanding is.
Yeah, because you don't want to subject the people who are already subject to a lot of indignified life, right? That we sanction something where, again, dignity is not afforded. That's not your intent, Councillor Stevens. I absolutely get that. But I just
Yeah, and I think, sorry if I may, that no matter what this option looks like, I think, you know, whether it's a tent or whether it's like a small unit of some sort, the difference with this compared to the status quo would be that there would be some sort of public bathroom associated with it. There would be places for you to lock lock up your possessions. There would be direct access to some sort of counseling services or support services, and ideally, as Councillor Stephen mentioned, there would be some sort of a link to a longer-term housing solution. But
thank you for saying that, because that gives me a little bit more comfort with this, right? Another question. This is not related to. It's related to motion indirectly, right? I absolutely understand Councillor Stevenson's intent, and I support it as well, right? But my question is more about, we heard from our auditor about the lack of coordination into our efforts. My question is that we are making motions. This motion is on the floor. Councillor Tang made another motion. I think there are other motions related to houselessness issues, right? Are we adding all these different motions? Are they adding to that disjointed, uncoordinated approach, right? And how do we actually bring everything kind of together, that we are actually not thinking in silos, even as council members, right? That we are actually having a more coordinated approach
I don't think having a more coordinated approach and trying new ideas are mutually exclusive. So I think we can do both. We definitely have to do better on overall more coordination. But I would say, as we found with recent deployments in Chinatown, for instance, where that coordination is happening better, but it's because we're trying new things. So I think we can do both.
Okay, good. All right, thank you for that. Appreciate that. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for bringing this forward. Absolutely agree that the sort of cyclical nature of our encampment approach, it isn't good for anyone. One of the questions I had, and maybe to Mr. Corbold, I'm coming back to the bridge healing model that we recently heard about, and that we are, of course, supporting as well. And in my mind, it kind of fills definitely not the same gap, but a similar gap, where there's short-term support with those wraparound services for folks who, are going into ERs, are houseless, are going to be discharged back into houselessness, likely living in encampments. And I just wonder, this motion talks about funding requirements, and I'm trying to determine, would a slightly higher investment get us like a bunch of these bridge healing models that are a little bit more permanent, that can be scaled up in a quick manner, that would serve a similar group of Edmontonians?
I think it's a really good question, Councillor, and I think it becomes about the choices Council wants to make in the investments. I think we definitely see this current motion as a modest investment, I would say, but yeah, it would certainly be a lot more resources to do more of those type of centers for sure.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there. And again, thank you to Councillor Stevenson. Looking forward to supporting this to get more information.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We don't need a vote on, we don't vote on second rounds in private. So Councillor, wow.
I'll move a second round.
So much going on. We are in public. Okay, we need a second round. Who moved the second round? Councillor Salvador moved the second round. Who seconded it? Councillor Tang seconded it. Okay, please vote for the second round.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, to Mr. Colville, I feel like I'm missing something right now, some information potentially, because we did have an encampment report that came back to us and did not recommend this. And yet here we are kind of saying, well, we've been working on it for the last 4 weeks and we think it's a new and innovative idea. And it feels very different from what was in that report that we had in May. What has changed? I'm really not understanding why this is coming now and why this wouldn't have been recommended then, or what has changed in terms of context.
Yeah, sure. A couple of things maybe, and then I'll see if Ms. Kajener wants to add. I think certainly when we brought back the report in before, it was very much thinking on a big scale, kind of a larger encampment like we have seen develop in the city before, and just do it in a managed way. So the other thing is we had a provider in our previous considerations of this. Our partners and providers were very uncomfortable with this approach, and in recently we had a provider specifically ask about it and want to consider doing a pilot on a small scale. And then we had some acute issues in Chinatown, and then it was, we were asked the question by a councillor, can we sort of rethink this but in a different way on a different scale? So that's what's done. We have not committed anything, and we can sort of meet this request, and then council can decide when we bring a report forward. So I hope that helps. Crystal, anything else to add on that?
Yeah, I would just add, Councilor Rutherford, I think that administration is emphatically not in support of a large scale encampment, legal encampment of any kind. But we do know that, there are lots of people experiencing homelessness. All of them are unique individuals and they all have different needs and, approaches that will be more or less resonate with them. And I guess the way that we're thinking of a small scale encampment and piloting it to learn from it would be that maybe, we know the future of congregate shelters is probably, in the long term, that's probably not the best approach. We've heard that from providers in the past. And so is there a way that we could provide for people's immediate shelter needs while we work to connect them to housing in a different way that may be more, pose less barriers to them than the existing options around congregate shelter? And so that's the frame that I would put this work in.
Yeah, and I would just say that the way that I interpreted that report on encampments was it was a full stop no on encampments. Didn't matter the size and scale, or that would have been a question I would have asked at that time. But the recommendation from admin was clear, and I wish I had it in front of me to quote, was all of the concerns from a safety perspective, from an enforcement perspective, around encampments. So I kind of want to go back to that report because it was, yes, there was definitely a concern about large scale, but there was no mention of, any consideration of encampments whatsoever being recommended at any scale. And I still have those same, I have those very same concerns. And I also like to highlight, what is the current rate of our shelter use?
Do you mean current occupancy, Counselor? It's in the high 80s usually. Depends, like it varies night to night. It can be anywhere, and some nights it can go as low as 65%. Other nights
but we're not at full capacity. So the reason I bring that up is because I think that when I hear the language around these encampments having all that same support, one of the reasons that people do not use shelters is because of a severe mistrust for service providers. So if we're going to develop an encampment that has the same services and supports that you would get at a shelter, why would that be why would that be more appealing than a shelter? Or I literally am maybe I'm really missing something here. I'm just, because the way that it was presented by Councillor Stevenson is it would have, and I overheard Mr. Corbould say is it would have, other supports there. It would, be able to provide these connections, all the same things that our current shelters do, but we're not even at full capacity there. So what is different about this? I really am, I'm genuinely asking.
Well, I would, Councillor Rutherford, I mean, one would be the privacy piece. We repeatedly hear that as the number one, a significant barrier for people with the existing shelter options because they are large congregate rooms. The idea with an encampment, whether that's a tent or a small unit of some kind, some sort of hard structure that we'd look into would provide a measure of privacy that's unavailable in the current shelter system offerings. I think also we'd be, if administration was recommending something, which is still a very tentative, as Mr. Corbould said, there's no decisions made on that yet. But I think from the housing homelessness side of things, we'd be saying we wouldn't want to suggest any type of service intervention that wasn't housing focused and really focused on moving people through and out of homelessness and into permanent housing. And so I think that would also be different than the current offerings that are existing in many of our service providers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Okay, Mr. Corbould, you keep saying that this is a reaction to what has been surfacing in the last couple of weeks out of Chinatown. So is Chinatown the intended location?
Yeah, I think certainly from my perspective, that sort of got me thinking about this is how could we try to, invite people who are in one of our hotspot areas as described earlier, which is Chinatown, to this, if council decides to set up one of these, then I think it would be good to identify potential occupants that are from some of our hotspot areas like Chinatown. Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the approach of going where the data is telling us, but I'm you also mentioned some of the feedback from the community being open to this. I think that's interesting because that certainly was not what I heard, but if there's a change in narrative and openness to this, I think that's a positive move. I think just with my remaining 4 minutes, I'll just speak to this. I'm not going to support this motion. I absolutely appreciate the intent. And in fact, this is the exact intent that I had back on May 9th when I made the originating motions, which in my opinion actually offer more flexibility and room for innovation that is not so prescriptive to one type of solution. And it was meant to kind of give administration that some of those power and authority to innovate and iterate based on lived experiences and ethnographic research and on the ground experiences. And so I'm actually quite concerned about this conversation and the response back from administration. I feel like I am reliving a very lengthy discussion from back in May, first at committee and then at council. And I just feel like this very much undermines that conversation, the motions made at that time. And there are a lot of contradictions I'm hearing right now. So, I guess to use the words of the mover, if this is about being better use of resources and doing the same thing over and over again, why are we then asking for new monies? Why don't we actually not do the same thing over and over again and start to change some of those practices? And again, that was the intent of the previous motion, is to within the existing encampment strategy to allocate a small portion of that to testing, to research, and to develop solutions from the ground up. And I guess, and in the words of Mr. City Manager, if we can always do better in coordination, why don't we start now? And I feel like, this conversation is validating some of that conclusion from the audit report we discussed last week in terms of this lack of coordination. And I feel rather disappointed because I think we all want to achieve, move towards the same goal. Yet we are repeating ourselves, and I'm actually I'm quite confused. And I think part of, the May 9th, the series of motion was also requesting for regular updates, which I have been looking at, and I haven't, so far it's about clearing of encampments, and I haven't seen anything, I think, different, and I'm waiting for that. So if this will get us there, that's great. But I think it's the duplication, and so far in the responses, I have not heard anything new from some of the responses and intent back on May 9th meeting. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support this, but I appreciate the mover wanting to expedite this process. And but I think sometimes there are other things that we can also think about. Some of the conversation I had with administration also included, what if we looked at storage solutions within the shelter system to encourage uptake, which to me also gets at this broader ecosystem look at some of these immediate needs, which this one doesn't really get at. So I guess, yeah, all of that, appreciate the intent, and I hope we learn something from this, but I also hope we learn more come October 14th when the other report comes back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, questions or to speak?
Questions.
Go ahead.
First question is those questions to administration. The first question is about, is this pilot, if this motion passed, and this pilot will be the part of implementation of community safety and well-being strategy?
Just to be clear, Councillor, if this motion passes, we'll just simply come back with a report. We won't actually do anything. I would say if the report came back and then Council approved that action, then yes, I think we would include it as part of our safety strategy as one.
With additional funding, right?
Correct.
So
yes.
it's not part of the funding already approved for that strategy.
No, this would require additional funding.
Additional funding. So I understand, and then right now we have the urgency and to address some needs in Chinatown, and specifically, does this motion will really lead into that solution to address the concerns or demands in the Chinatown and for those people who experience homelessness? And because right now we already have so many tents there, and that tents already existing for the long time.
Sorry. Yeah, as I mentioned before, if Council did want to approve this when we came back, if we come back, then I think the idea would be to identify potential occupants from high pressure areas such as Chinatown. And that would be first on my list.
And then this link back to the earlier question, and then I heard from my colleague, also I read the reports from auditors, and regarding of all those action strategies where we have been taking for many years is a lack of that performance measures. And then this motion, I didn't see that piece is included. So it come across to me, if we get this pilot moving and we lack of performance measures and we don't know what's working, what's not working, and the next year we come repeatedly doing something. So it seems this never can be end. So is that possible and for this motion to be included, the piece of the performance measures, and we can actually monitor and tracking if this is really work or not working. And that give us opportunity if it's not working and moving forward and how we can change, how we can do things differently. So this
Yeah,
question.
Councillor, we put performance measures into the safety plan and in the public safety plan, in the community safety and well-being plan. And I think any motion related to any of those strategies needs to be focused on performance measures. And of course, that was reinforced with the auditor's report as well. So absolutely, we have to do that with all of these pieces.
So also another piece is lack of the data and for the occupancy rates for the existing resources or existing capacity. I asked this data over and over many, many times. I never get it. So I don't know why. And because without that occupancy rate, and we cannot fully support moving forward what we need to do and what our further investment could be look like. So this is actually the big concern for me, and that definitely, and this is very important work, and everybody here in the chamber understand how this needs to be addressed. But however, lack of all this evidence, and then for us to move forward, and it seems we invested and we did the action, but we cannot see the results. And then it ends up like, even though we have the capacity there, but people don't want to go to.
Yeah, we can get the data to, I think part of the problem, Councillor, is that when we're talking about things like encampments, we are talking about symptoms. We're not talking about the core root problems of solving. And so we're always going to have encampments. We're always going to have people on the streets as long as we don't solve the mental health and addictions issue that we're dealing with. And we can resend the data on shelters and housing. We've got all that, and we've got good clarity now with us and the provincial government on that data because we've been working to reconcile the data.
Okay, my time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, you have questions or to close?
Yeah, just a couple of questions actually, because I do really appreciate the questions around, alignment, avoiding duplication of error. And I do, really support the motion that Councillor Tang had put forward in May as well. So just for my understanding, was that motion leading to any specific interventions like intended this summer? I had understood with the October report back that opportunities for pilots would be identified over the summer, but not necessarily executed. Is that a correct understanding?
Is that to the mover or to administration?
I am the mover, so I think to administration.
I meant the mover of the other motion.
Oh,
sorry.
I would if I could, but I don't think I can.
Our understanding, Councillor, is that that is not for immediate this summer, given the timing of when it's due.
Okay, and I see Ms. Kajener, you're nodding as well. So again, it was the motion was to direct some of that research and data gathering this summer, and then solutions would be for future seasons. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson. We're doing research to come up with a list of potential prototypes that could be piloted in the future, but depending on the prototype, it may require resources. And if that's the case, obviously council will need to make some decisions around that.
Okay, so this motion, particularly with identifying some resources, could help actually, see some interventions, see some opportunities delivered this summer. And is there ways to where some of the research resources that have been identified could be part of evaluating this pilot encampment process to help inform future work?
I think that would be the intent of anything that would be, if there was a recommendation to proceed, it would be to inform future work and prototyping, absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, I guess I'll maybe just speak to that a bit further in my closing comments, but I will let others go first. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford, to close, or you have questions?
Not to close, but to speak.
Sorry, to speak to it? Yeah. No questions, right? No. Okay. Councillor Jens, to speak to it? No questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You can. So that concludes the question period now. So we are going into speaking. So please do not come back to ask questions. Councillor Jens, to close.
No, not to close.
Sorry, what I'm sorry, to speak. Councillor Jens, to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I recall during the budget debate, Councillor Stevenson said something like, "You're both right. Both sides are right here," and I kind of feel that way right now. I also feel Councillor Hamilton in my ear saying, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good enough. We need to move on this. This is governance. Don't get too into the weeds." And I want to channel that kind of Councillor Hamilton a little bit here. That yes, Councillor Tang and Rutherford, I agree. I think administration agrees that initially when we had the report, it was very clear that it did not want to move towards a managed encampment. But when the facts change, we change our minds. And I've heard complaints from residents, from neighbors, from businesses, from enforcement that the status quo is not working. And in some cases, we're clearing camps and that they're back up again in a few hours. And as I would say, with the enhanced enforcement going on in Chinatown recently, we're seeing more and more displacement onto White Avenue and the south side of the city. We're seeing displacement into other areas. And I think what Councillor Stevenson is proposing here and what I hear administration saying is just creating a little bit more flexibility and another opportunity here. It would positively augment all of the other work that's being proposed. It is, I think it would build on some options. And like the due date is July 4th, 2 weeks. We're already in June. If there's a potential right now for our neighbors, the human beings who are sleeping rough, who we can do a little bit better by them this summer, I want to hear that. It's already been too long. And yeah, if admin is saying that they think they found a way here to do something a little bit different, even for a few dozen neighbors, that's wonderful. And we should be saying, yeah, go for it. So I commend the mover on bringing this forward. I'm glad to hear admin finding evolution in their position here. And I think that kind of vulnerability should be encouraged. And I just again come back to the fact that like encampments already are people's homes. They have human rights. There is a rights-based framework. There's national rights here, and the model that we've been doing is not working. And if we're going to look at some small-scale sanctioned encampments, that's exciting, and I just want to encourage it. And I would urge my colleagues, like, let's build on the audit. Let's build on all that other work. But what we have right now is like a potential for doing, and I don't want to lose that. So yeah. As Councillor Hamilton says, let's not let the perfect get in the way, and let's keep building. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rutherford, to speak.
Yes, so I first want to say I will cautiously support this motion, and only because it is providing a report that I really hope has some robust information that we did not garner today. I'd like to read directly from the report on encampments from May 9th, in which administration said that they conducted a jurisdictional scan and reviewed that confirmed that there's little evidence to suggest sanctioned encampments would keep people from camping in other areas, significantly improve service delivery to individuals who are sleeping unsheltered, or provide sustainable and safe options for groups of vulnerable people with complex needs. Later on in the report, it goes on to say, in cities that have tried to manage unsheltered through sanctioned encampments generally run into difficulties such as safety risks, conflicts, and predatory behavior. issues with sanitation, food provision, challenges with neighbors due to spillover effects from the encampment. And then they say, as a result of these experiences and others, administration does not recommend pursuing a sanctioned encampment at this time. I get that we can evolve our thinking, but I have to ask myself the question, from an evidence-based perspective, there is nothing fundamentally evidence-based wise that has changed. What has changed is the political context. And that's concerning when we make decisions from a political mindset. I am absolutely a huge proponent of housing first and the right to housing, but it has to be with dignity. It's the same way that I say we can't house people back into poverty, which we do all the time, even in our current systems, and that's broken too. There's so much that needs to be fixed. I completely agree with Councillor Tang. Like, she already had a motion on the floor that I think the piece that is missing from this and that is often missing from these discussions is the people that are most affected by these decisions, those that are unhoused and unsheltered and sleeping rough. Her motion was brilliant in that it called on a human-centered approach with and for people that are experiencing houselessness. That is not here today. That is not in this report. And I get the comment about, don't let the good be the enemy of perfect or whatever it is. We've heard it a few times. But the thing that I always remember in my practice working with people that are unhoused or houseless is the do no harm principle. And so if good is going to cause harm, we have to take that into consideration. And I do believe that this will cause harm, more so because of the rushed nature of it. The lack of ability, and even as our administration admitted, there's still so many nuances that they have to work through by July 4th to be able to come back and say they have thought through this in a way that is going to prevent harm. So I'm willing to support this, to generate the report, to continue to have this conversation, because I am curious about how our thoughts have evolved on if there is a new and innovative way that this can come forward. But it's on a thin rope for me. I likely, depending on what comes back, I may or may not support. But if it is as it stands now, with no real evidence of any significant change to the data on how this will be different from that report in May, I won't be supporting it on July 4th. So I really felt it was important to explain that, and I really hope that my council colleagues understand that while we're trying to deal with a problem, that sometimes the solutions can create more problems rather than actually help. And that doesn't mean we do nothing, and that doesn't mean we freeze in place. It means that we take the time to do it properly. And to do it properly, you have to have the people that are most affected. There's another principle that is often used in the housing first sector, or the housing and homeless serving sector, is nothing about us without us. This is something about us without us, right here in front of us. So I just really want people to consider that as we have this discussion, likely again on July 4th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to my colleagues for the really robust conversation today. I once again agree with you all and agree with the fact that this isn't even close to a perfect solution. For me, I think the crisis is so urgent that we need to be trying as many different things as we can. I think that there is a potential for this to make lives better for a small number of people in our community, and it's worth pursuing on that basis. I think it also provides a great opportunity to learn and understand what needs to be refined and changed and considered in future pilots and work that will be undertaken. I fully agree with the principles of including the people who are most impacted, and I think that this gives an opportunity to connect with them and understand what they need through this process and in the city's response as well. So pleased to, I see this as an opportunity to complement the great motion put forward by Councillor Tang and ensure that we are learning as we go. Again, not perfect solution by any chance, by any stretch, but I think worth exploring. So I look forward. I hope that I have a majority of my colleagues' support to see this further information, so we have a clearer sense of what the options are and how this can move forward and support our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that deals with 8.3. Next one is 8.4, jurisdictional scan of senior assisted programs. This is a pending motion from Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move that administration and performs a jurisdictional scan and property tax assistance programs for seniors in comparable municipalities and report to committee with the results. That's a little bit wording amendment and from administration.
Okay, can you put the wording on the floor, please? And we need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded that. Here we go. It's right up there. Administration perform jurisdiction scan of senior assist programs in comparable municipalities. Report to committee with the results. You want to make an introduction, Councillor Rice?
Sorry, who's the seconder? I didn't catch.
Councillor Principe seconded it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure. I can make the very simple introduction for this motion. So in our city's property tax assistance programs, and there is one gap, the one piece is missing, is about our seniors who have the fixed income and then is suffering and to pay our property tax for them to continue to live in their housing. And so also I heard over and over and from the constituents and talk about specific seniors, and then they feel very struggling, and then for them to pay the property tax, and with the situation and of the economic times down, and with all the prices going up, and also with their fixed incomes, they have no increased income, they have no additional income resources. And then some seniors even talk about, because of this, they may end up lose the capacity to live in their home and where they lived over 30 or 40 years. And then also, I also heard, and in across Canada, we have other cities already started to implement the property tax assistance program for the seniors. And then, so I think this would be great opportunity and for us to have this conversation and get information back from administration, say if there is any possibility for our city to look at how we can support the seniors and from this perspective. So that is this motion's purpose, and hopefully this will open the door to provide opportunity for our council colleagues to consider this difficult situation for our seniors. I think as part of the vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yeah. So I just want to add one more. This is just information, and then request the information back, and for us to have a further discussion and a conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that's the introduction. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Ms. Farron, and thank you for adding that. Councillor Rice, I was going to ask, are we going to be debating property tax assistance, or are we going to be just debating a simple request for information? So thank you for adding that, Councillor Rice. So I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I actually have no questions. I just think this is it's a great motion, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just one primary question. So we're talking property tax assistance programs. Wondering to the mover, I guess the need in specifying seniors in particular, just recognizing that could this be income-based? Recognizing it might not just be seniors who are in that position. Some seniors might be much more able to pay than others. So just wondering the rationale around specifying seniors.
The rationale for the seniors is specifically because we have so many program from like different level of government to support an income-based assistance. And specifically for the seniors, I think there is a gap in our system and a specific look at the seniors. And that is why and this motion and is focused on for seniors. And then also, and then if you look at it historically, and then what I heard from constituents talk about some programs and city provided in the past, but later on was canceled. And if there is some gap in the system and specific for the seniors, I think it's worth for us to explore their opportunity or any possibility and for us to look at this one piece of vulnerable population.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Just, I guess, quickly to administration. My understanding is we have one primary property tax assistance program. Is that correct?
Correct, Councillor. So currently we have the provincially sponsored Seniors Property Tax Deferral Program, and that's a way of offsetting any property tax bills directly through provincial payments that take care of that through a kind of reverse mortgage kind of situation. But we would outline that as well if a report like this came forward.
Okay, great. And that is specifically for seniors, or is that more broad?
No, it's specifically for seniors at the present.
Okay. Then I guess just as a follow-up to that, Mr. Szabo, is there value in making this slightly more broad then? Recognizing that we potentially already have a program that covers seniors in particular coming down from the province. That's just something I'm contemplating.
I would probably leave that to the mover. This is her direction. We're happy to provide a report on this. Generally speaking, though, I just caution, any kind of conversation about providing support related to income, we're gonna point out that this is really outside of our jurisdiction to a certain extent. We'll look at what other jurisdictions do and see how we could, potentially do something similar. But we're always very cautious when talking about income support because we don't collect income tax information and we don't have that ability to do welfare redistribution because we're not able to, have a progressive taxation system that same kind of way.
Okay, and just one final question with the last few minutes here. My understanding, I believe Councillor Tang put forward, I don't remember the exact wording of it, but a similar motion around property tax assistance. Yeah, I'm just... Okay, yeah, so the administration provided a report outlining options for potential property tax relief for residential. Yeah, so this seems, I guess, a little bit of duplication here. Yeah, Councillor Rice, how do you feel about that?
Councillor Salvador, we reported on that motion already at Executive Committee.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to square that and see what are you hoping to accomplish with this one that was not covered already, I guess?
So I do understand that there are two things already there, but I do saw the gap. So first one, and for the provincial one, that one is just deferred the pay, and after the property sold, and I think that is from time perspective. But for the seniors supports, they need some support right away, and then. To be honest, I don't know what is the perfect solution because I do think this motion will by perform this scan and it will give us the different information and the different data how other cities is doing, and the ways this seminar program at provincial level already exists. So that's gap. This will fill that gap.
Okay, and just finally to Ms. Padbury, given the report that came forward earlier this month, was a jurisdictional scan conducted as part of the background research for that report, or was it solely focused on Edmonton?
It was solely focused on what was available here. We might have done a high-level jurisdictional scan, but I'll ask Mr. Zabo to just clarify.
Yeah, we didn't do the same kind of scan that's insinuated in this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. What is a senior?
65 plus.
Is
Is that a question for administration or for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess administration, yes.
So we would likely use the general definition that the province uses, which is over 65.
Yeah.
Well, some people say 55 is a senior, so it is, yeah. And
I would qualify for a rebate then.
yeah.
If
So,
one exists.
and then would it be the person on the tax bill who would have to be a senior, or would it be, because sometimes there are seniors living in the house, but or sometimes it is the senior that owns the property on the tax bill, but have numerous people living in the house? So just wondering what the
So Councillor Principe, I think you are identifying a lot of interesting questions. At the end of the day, we're just going to look at what other jurisdictions do and report on that. So we'll see, what kind of challenges they run into when they're going through this, but those all sound like very important questions to ask during this jurisdictional scheme.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think this is a good motion. That's kind of the intent of the one I did put forward. And I guess I'm just wanted to double check, Mr. Zabo, have you done, I guess, this kind of jurisdictional scan like in the past, not even within this council, but, with previous councils perhaps?
We'd have to go back a little bit further to look at when we last did one specifically on seniors programs. I think the last time this conversation took place was when we were phasing out Edmonton's grant program for seniors, and we were bringing in the seniors property tax deferral program. So at that point was the last time we did a real look at this, and we really had viewed that seniors property tax deferral program as being a good solution. So we'll look to see what other jurisdictions do, but we'll likely still be speaking to the merits of the current approach.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what my concern is. I think we'll get a lot of good information back, but I think, administration laid out a pretty strong case in that report from June 1st, outlining what is available now. And I'm not sure if any additional information will really change the outcomes of those recommendations. But, information is always, knowledge is power, so why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
To somebody from administration. We had a really robust conversation on June 1st about the difference between sort of wealth and income and how there's kind of a disparity there. But one thing I know from the stats in Canada is that actually seniors are some of the wealthiest. There are low-income seniors, but as a broad 65 plus, from a wealth perspective, they're some of the highest. Is my understanding correct?
Stacey, I'm not sure if you want to speak. I can't speak to those specific stats, Councillor Rutherford, because I haven't seen them. But certainly that would have to be a consideration. Not all seniors are equal in that respect either, and a broad seniors assistance program without any kind of consideration of income would be questionable from a point of equity. And then you come to the question of now, how do you measure their income levels? And that's going to be a challenge. So we're happy to look into what other jurisdictions do if they in fact do something like this. But we have flagged in our reports, as you've mentioned, many concerns around that approach.
Yeah, and another question that I had was, because we got a report back from with the police commission saying that they could not do a jurisdictional scan because it was just too hard to compare across the jurisdiction. And I would say if we're looking at seniors programs broadly across Canada, there's some significant jurisdictional differences in terms of how the province has programs that support this, how or would we potentially, so I guess my question is, while more information is sometimes power, is it going to be that same kind of contextual nuance in this jurisdictional scan?
I'll maybe take this one. I think in terms of, there's a difference between doing a jurisdictional scan to simply collect information, which is I think how we're interpreting this motion, which is we'd be looking at what kind of programs do other jurisdictions offer and doing a comparison of funding requirements without that larger context. And so I do see them slightly different.
Okay. No, that's good. That's good clarity. I just want to speak with my last little bit of time, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to kind of be in the same boat as Councillor Tank again. I just like, why not? I guess if that's what we're doing, if that's as simple as it is, sure. I do have cautions about the fact that we will be then getting information about programs that have a lot of other contextual factors that are not necessarily included in that report. I have major concerns about doing anything specific based on this just one blanket age range of 65 plus. I think, so yes, so for the motion in front of us, I will support it, but again, I think it is very redundant to the conversation we had on June 11th, which highlighted that there's really not a lot of tools in our toolbox to do any sort of tax-supported services for any demographic was what the report found. So I'm skeptical this will turn up anything new. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Through you to to administration. So if for instance, we did a program that reduced the taxes on people over 65, theoretically that would increase the taxes for people under 65 or on businesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Unless you did cut the services, then that's correct.
So it would either mean service cuts or it would be increasing taxes on another demographic. Okay, well, that's a huge problem. And I guess if I can't pay my property taxes, I kind of go into like foreclosure or something of my home. Is that correct?
So there is a process that we do have. It's about a 3.5 to 4 year process between when we issue the first bill, and if there is non-payment over that period of time, there is a possibility that, yeah, we basically look to, put up your property for auction to recover the outstanding taxes.
And ballpark, have we seen a slew of seniors in this situation, or does administration, do we even know? Like, is this a 1 in 1,000, or how many foreclosed properties did we have last year?
And no, Councillor, typically we do not see actual property owners with residential property owners running into foreclosure issues of this sort. Mostly we collect our property taxes by the end of that three-year process. There's very few properties that actually go through the tax sale, and a lot of those properties are typically vacant properties. There are issues with properties that have changed hands because of the owners have passed away and the family members are there, or it's condo parking stalls that people have lost track of, or condo storage units. So we have a very high collection rate and very small issue with property owners at the end of the day not paying.
Interesting. That seniors program for deferring your property tax maintenance, that program, is that fairly well subscribed? Do we have a lot of takers on that?
It is not super well subscribed, I will say. So within Edmonton, I believe the numbers are only in the about 500 range. But I can see why seniors often do not care to go into debt at that age of their lives. But when you think through the program, it actually does make a lot of sense. So, happy in our report back to speak a little bit more to the rationale of the existing program as well.
Okay, with my last couple minutes, I'll speak to it. So I heard both Councillor Tang and Councillor Rutherford both say, well, knowledge is power. What's one more report? And I'll actually speak against this. My rationale is this: we have limited time talent and workload capacity and administration, and to send them on doing this report, which I for one will not support. I will not support any kind of outcome that creates a discriminatory tax regime based on age that could potentially lead to service cuts or increased taxes on under 65s. I think if there's a demographic that we're worried, if we're worried about supporting seniors, we need to look at increasing seniors benefits from the provincial and federal government. We need to look at more equitable supports for the seniors who are truly in poverty. Remember, 37% of Edmontonians rent. There's many seniors in that demographic who don't even own property. So I think what we can do to improve awareness of property tax, the property tax deferral program that allow seniors who have built equity in their home. You hear those stories about buying the house at 60,000 and now it's worth 600,000. Like those are the kinds of folks that we need to be helping out. Programs like Canada Home Share that I've been boosting in my ward that helps more seniors stay in their homes longer through co-housing and other solutions. I think we're seeing some slight increases in property tax for some, but that is completely dwarfed by taking the cap off auto insurance, taking the cap off electricity. If we want to talk about affordability and seniors staying in their homes, property tax is but one of a dozen different measures that are affecting seniors. So while I think I commend Councillor Rice in trying to find something here, the fact that I'm hearing from administration, it's really not a problem. I think we hear these rhetorical tropes sometimes about the person on the senior on fixed income or the mom and pop landlord. When the reality is in the demographic, many seniors are some of the wealthiest stakeholders in our society right now, and it's their grandkids who can't get a mortgage. It's their grandkids who can't put 20% down. It's their grandkids who can't get started right now and are being left behind. Oh, by the way, there's a climate emergency, and we gotta deal with the impending existential crisis on our planet. And then at the same thing, the mom and pop landlords, it's like the majority of the housing market is controlled by very powerful, rich, wealthy interests. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this just for the administration workload, and don't give false hope and go on a goose chase that we should not be goosing.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Paquette. Oh, so sorry. Does that conclude all the questions? Anyone else has any questions? Councillor Rice, you're signed up to close, right? Not to ask questions. Okay, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah. This is information, so I will definitely support this, but I think income support is not a municipal responsibility. Income support is a federal and provincial responsibility, and we should be careful when we try to venture into areas that we have no control over capacity to meet those expectations, right? I think we have only two funding sources to pay for services and programs. One is property taxes, the other one is user fees, and whenever we try to reduce the burden on one group, it increases the burden on the other group. Right? I think we need to be very careful in that kind of situation. I'm not hopeful for the outcome, despite Councillor Rice's efforts, which I admire, looking at ways to find support for those who are struggling with income. But their struggle is income. Their struggle is not what they own. Right? I think we need to make that distinction. So I don't think we raise hopes that somehow we'll find solutions. But it is worth exploring what other municipalities are doing. So I'll take the chair back.
I return the chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to say I appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful comments. And I want to emphasize a few points here. So the first point, this new council actually give the hope to our Edmontonians for the equity, for the diversity, for the inclusion. So if we are talking about all those principles, but what is the key point here? Many seniors in our society, they contribute to our community development, contribute to our city's development, contribute to our tax system, contribute to our services, how we deliver the services to the entire population, not only seniors population. Right now, they become older. I would like to say everybody's senior, including myself, and including you. And because as a human, we will become older. And when we become older, what's a challenge you are going to facing? I encourage everybody to think about this question deeply. Yet maybe we are young right now, we didn't think about that far away. But when we become older, when we become seniors, what's a challenge in front of us right now? And then what I heard, the challenge from our seniors is they're very obvious. Is about not about their income. It's not about they're wealthy or they are poor. No, it's not. It's about the fairness they're looking for and to receive from service perspective. That is a key principle and behind this motion. And I would like to say, I understand and the concerns about income support, we don't have that data information. I understand that is not our city's jurisdiction authority. I understand the workload. But if we are doing so many things and in our city to consider other population, and then why we cannot apply the same principle to look at what challenge our seniors population is facing. We cannot ignore this group. I want to encourage my colleagues to think about one day when you become older, and then your voice is not be heard, is not considered, and because you are seniors. And so I do have concern for some comments I heard from my colleagues. So I really want to say this, yes, reduce if this motion passed. I hope my colleague will support this motion and get some information back from administration. If other city can do this, as Edmonton, as our city demonstrates this equation and equitable and the affordable, and that we're talking about all the time, and why we cannot just support this to get information back, say how other cities is doing, and why our city cannot doing. And I think there is open mind or closed mind and be there. And then it's not about, we support the seniors, we'll increase the tax for other groups. It's about how we prioritize our services. Our city specifically has core services outlined very clear in MGA. And if we stick on that, if we follow our priority process budgeting, I believe this will not impact how we do our budget. I do think, like our mayor said, thank you, Mayor, for saying that, and it's worth to explore the option, how we look after our seniors population. And thank you for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes 8.4. We have two more, 8.5 and 8.6. And we are scheduled to take a break at 6 o'clock. So we'll take a break now till 7. And we'll be back at 7 p.m. Until then, we are in recess.
web.
Madam Clerk, are we ready? Good. All right, I would like to call this meeting to back to order. And I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Oh, I forgot Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
You are there. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And we are on item 8.5, options for additional tax subclasses. Councillor Jans, this is your motion pending.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to pull up the revised wording here. On advice of administration,
We have it if you want us to
could you put it on the screen, please? Thank you. So on advice of administration, I broadened out the initial from my notice of motion. I just changed the wording slightly, but the intent is the same. The intent is to move towards or to receive information on what it would look like for us to move towards or contemplate a more of a progressive property tax system. So I'll move the recommendation that administration prepare a report that discusses how the property tax system might be changed to create a more progressive taxation system. So by way of introduction,
We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Okay, now you can make the introduction.
yeah, thank you. This has come up a bit in some of our taxation and assessment conversations, even earlier with the motion around seniors. Who has the ability to pay, who should be paying, and how do we deliver services for everyone in a way that's fair and equitable and just? And right now, we've had a flat tax system when it comes to property taxes. Whether your house is $300,000 or $3 million, you're assessed the same way. And that's, I think, outdated, and I think that's wrong. We have progressive taxation at the federal government level. Many provinces have progressive taxation. We had progressive taxation until it was recently repealed by Premier Kenney. And what I'm looking for here is an ability to help better reflect the challenges that we know around equity in our community. We know we have 52,000 children in poverty. We know that we have 37% of people renting. We know that there's many folks who are so dependent on, am I out of time? No, okay, there's so many folks who are dependent on civic services, and we need to do a better job of contemplating how we collect that revenue, because especially in the pandemic, we know some people have made out a princely sum during the pandemic. Some people have seen record profits, record investments, and not only have one property, but multiple properties. while others we know are on the cusp that are, it's literally life and death. And the fact that our property tax system right now has no sort of contemplation of that, especially for those in the most luxurious, highest end of the spectrum, is a challenge for me. So that's why I brought this motion forward, and I think this information will help inform some of our other conversations.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, for the introduction. So, colleagues, questions? Just wait for people to sign up. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I guess to the mover then. So you're looking at, on a progressive basis then, like a higher mill rate dependent upon the value of the property, is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, potentially. I got kind of, if you will, ahead of myself in the report where I was looking at some specific conditions about homes over $2 million or specific criteria. What I heard from administration was broaden it out, get a more fulsome report around what it would look like to move to a progressive taxation system, and then from there we can talk about the more specific criteria. So, short term, maybe.
Okay, and would this include a jurisdictional scan then of if other municipalities are doing it differently, or?
I hadn't contemplated, so I know British Columbia has progressive taxation for homes over $3 million for their education property tax. They're charged a little bit more, but that's an entirely different province. So what I was interested in is just taking a look at Edmonton and our specific circumstance here. So there's specific data we have to Edmonton, like we know there's 4,000 homes valued at over $1 million. There's other criteria that we can pull here in terms of the share of the tax split between businesses or residential, and that's what I'm most interested in a made in Edmonton solution.
Okay, because my concern would be for those whose property values have appreciated just because of time, and maybe those are some of the seniors that can't necessarily afford the higher property tax. But I'm interested to see if there is something that we can do differently. So I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I think I had a similar question around that jurisdictional scan, so I'm wondering if you'll be open to amending that just so that we don't necessarily get a follow-on motion later on that asks for that information. And you also did mention earlier in your introduction that you'll be interested to see how the other provinces are doing this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the will of council, I'd be friendly to it. But to me, it's not make or break here. Even if there's jurisdictional scan turns up, no other municipality in Alberta is doing it. I'm still interested in seeing it. Somebody has to go first.
And I'm curious from administration perspective. We talked a lot about wealth and equity, kind of in that other report we have seen. In terms of tax relief, June 1st Executive Committee. Any, I guess, initial take on looking at a progressive taxation system based on property value? Because I think in the other one we looked at income as a way to try to get at that equity piece.
So, Councillor, we're more than happy to speak to this a little bit and get into some details around a report that just outlines some of the theory around it. You're absolutely right. As soon as we start going down that road of trying to do it based on income, we're going to run into problems. So when we talk about progressive property taxation systems, we're going to primarily look at wealth and how the tool itself can work in that distribution mechanism. There is an implicit assumption there that when property owners own more wealth, they also are more capable of paying larger tax amounts. But that would be the kind of conversation we'd have. I also just want to quickly caution about jurisdictional scans, because when we talk about these kinds of programs, it's very specific to the specific province and its legislation. So we can't necessarily look to BC models and say, let's go with that, because that would be looking towards changing provincial legislation potentially. So, this, I think, makes more sense to talk about what we're able to do here in Alberta and the rationale behind it.
Yep, thank you for that, for that background. Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting idea here. So, and it's informational based. Be good to look at sort of the overall overall issues, happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Just a very quick question to the mover. And I noticed the wording change. So we don't have all these dollars and percentage in the motion, but still, and intention still behind this motion, right? The same intention and then for the property value and based on property value and to do that. The
Yes.
property tax.
Yes, the idea that there would be a review of another way to review or to apply property taxes to generate revenue, factoring in wealth or quality or components or features or other pieces between homes. It's the principle that a $300,000 home should not be paying the same property tax or assessed the same way as a $3 million home. So yes, trying to those who have a little bit more and who built this wealth in the property, which is one of the most reliable and safe ways to have wealth, should be able to pay a little bit more.
Can you explain a little bit more about poverty elimination and how this progressive taxation system and then link back to that?
So that is not a part of the motion anymore, the poverty component, right? So,
yeah, I don't specify in this motion where the money goes.
Yeah.
It's just, we have to collect this much money.
Yeah.
How should we do it? Should we look at all homes the exact same way? Or should we look at some homes a little bit closer when they have 9 zeros or 6 zeros or 7 zeros?
Yeah.
But is there any intention, potential solution tied to this?
It's not, the spending is not contemplated here. This is purely a revenue contemplation motion.
Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jans, for the motion. I believe this gets asked every few years, and so might as well ask it again. The answer is generally the same, that we'll need some provincial legislation changes, but it doesn't hurt to ask the question. So I'm in support of this motion, just for that information, so that everyone is on the same page going forward over the next few years. Maybe something new falls out of the cracks, but likely not. But again, doesn't hurt to ask. So this is very much in keeping with the previous couple motions that we've been debating. So I think we should probably just say yes to getting the information and move on as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What does it require municipal changes though? MGA changes? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, Councillor, to Councillor Paquette's question, we heard from council and the taxation branch that there may be ways.
Sorry, I didn't actually have a question. I know that there are some things that we could finagle, but I didn't have a question, so no
my
need to
apologies.
No worries. Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Just to briefly speak to, no questions.
Thank you. So, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair? There's a couple of questions.
I have the chair.
Yeah, so my question is, does it require MGA changes? Would it require such a, first of all, let me start with my first question, which is, we do have currently a progressive taxation system related to properties, a property valued at $300,000 pays, even though mill rate is the same, but pays less than property, say, assessed at $3 million, right? So we have that progress, even though it's somewhat progressive, not completely progressive, we have that system now, right?
Are you?
For administration?
To administration,
Mr. Mayor?
yeah.
So what we would typically call, when we talk about property tax, generally we talk about what it is taxing. So we're taxing property wealth, we're not taxing people's income.
Yeah.
When we talk about property wealth and look at that particular lens of it, property tax is considered to be a proportional tax. For every dollar of additional property value you have, you pay a proportionately more amount of tax. So a $400,000 home pays exactly half as much as a $800,000 home, and the other way around that way. So it's proportional.
Yes,
Same rate as assessment values climb to go up. Progressive would suggest the more value you own, you actually pay more proportionately to others or relative to others. So it's not just a flat rate, but you'd actually have higher rates as you go.
So what we would be looking at is a different mill rate based on the value of the property. A property of $3 million should be assessed at a higher mill rate, right? Is that?
I think fundamentally, property tax is attempting to find fairness and equity in the distribution of tax levy based on property valuation. We think that the higher property value owners have more wealth, they can afford to pay more. But when you start talking about different tax rates and applying different tax policy tax rates, you're essentially saying this base policy or this base approach is not sufficient. We want to introduce new criteria that examine other ways that we think about ability to pay. And so it could be based on value of property. It could be based off of quality of property, size of property. You can do it a variety of different kinds of ways. And so they're all going to be proxies unless you're specifically talking about property wealth. But really, I think the focus is what are other ways we can get around to ability to pay beyond the baseline market value assessment approach.
Good. Is that allowed currently, that kind of assessment and taxation under the current MGA legislation, or would that require amendment changes?
I'll throw it to our lawyer, Cam.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, that's going to depend on exactly what council desires to do. And depending on what it desires to do, it may end up leading to various risks. So that would have to be something that we would discuss in private after there were some options available to you so that you understood those risks.
Got it. Okay, so you'll provide that analysis along with the, once this report is generated, comes to committee, you'll provide that analysis whether changes, MGA changes are needed or not.
Yes, sir. That would be part of the plan, is to give you a listing of what you can currently do, give you a listing of whatever it is that would require change, and then identify the legal risks in taking any action.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you so much, and I'll take the chair back. And now we have concluded all the questions. No more questions on this, and we'll go to speaking.
Mayor Sohi, I did just have one other question. I'm sorry.
You do? Okay, sorry. Then we need a second round. Can someone move?
Thank you. I'll move a second round.
Councilor Rutherford, move second round. Seconder, please.
Second.
Councilor Salvador, seconded. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, I'll go to Councilor Wright. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just, to the mover, you keep saying homes. Are we just looking at residential properties, or are we looking at other classes?
I had, in my mind, be contemplating it as residential, but I would look to administration how they interpret the motion.
The motion is fairly broad, so we might take a consideration. I mean, we've had this conversation before about the difference between residential and non-residential and why non-residential has a higher rate. In a sense, this is this is a part of that conversation around ability to pay. There is a higher rate on non-residential because there's a belief that they have a greater ability to pay. So there might be a conversation that includes a part of that. They'll certainly do understand Councillor Jan's original intent was to speak to a residential conversation as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted that clarification.
If I may, my intention had been residential.
Can we be more specific in the motion then? They're probably friendly.
Yeah, as I see it, it's an information report, so they'll provide the information. Any subsequent would have to be more clear.
So more residential. Okay, got it. Sorry, Councilor Wright, go ahead.
No, that's everything. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, Anton, is that clear that's residential? Or you need that?
If the desire is to limit it purely residential, that's perfectly fine as well. You might just pull in the example of non-residential as part of the conversation, but understood residential is the primary focus.
Okay, good, thank you. And Councilor Salvador is to speak. Anyone else questions? Seeing none, so that closes questions on this item. And now to speak, Councilor Salvador, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll be super brief. Thank you to Councillor Jans for bringing this forward. I really appreciate the amended wording as well. I think this allows for a slightly more broad conversation, which is great. And yeah, to the point around ensuring that we're striving for fair, equitable, and really trying to get at that question of ability to pay. I think this is a way to have that conversation, and I think it allows us to also contemplate any potential, challenges, risks, and opportunities associated with a more progressive taxation system. So very happy to support. I look forward to more information on this. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. That is all for speaking. And go to Councilor Jans to close. No, nothing to close. Councilor Jans, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councilor Knack. Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are now going into our item 8.6, 24/7 crisis response. Councilor Jans.
Thank you, and this is a motion crafted with Councilor Rutherford. May I ask administration to pull it up on the screen? Thank you, and I'll move that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for up to $10 million in operating funding for 24/7 crisis response on an ongoing basis for consideration as part of the 2023 to 2026 fall budget deliberations.
Okay. Councilor Rutherford, you're second to this?
Sure am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Rutherford.
May I introduce?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this, if I can quote Councilor Cartmel to me, he said, remember, before anybody has conversations in society, and he can dispute this quote, but before anybody has conversations in society about defunding anything, they need to have a conversation about refunding something else. And part of the goal of this motion is to have that conversation about who answers the phone at 3 a.m. when it's not quite a police emergency, it's not quite a 911 emergency, but it may be another kind of disorder that merits some sort of response. We've seen from REACH, from the 24/7 crisis diversion, that they've already made a tremendous impact in the community on just a shoestring. And I've heard many testimonials from people in my ward who have been called and they've had a team go and respond. But I've also heard many testimonials about, they called and they were waiting and it was sometimes a 2-hour response time. And I myself have experienced that. So what I'm trying to do here with this motion is request a package that would give us choices, that would give constituents and community members options for a supplemental response. We're already going towards coordinated dispatch, but that will never be successful if we don't have something else to dispatch as well. So we know that we've heard numbers from the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs that over 80% of calls to the police are not violent priority 1 calls, that there's many other calls in disorder. We've heard frustration from frontline officers that more and more they're dealing with opioids or homelessness or other pieces. So if there is a way to augment the work that the police are doing in the community, and if there is a way to augment what first responders are doing and what our communities are requesting, this is a way to bring that forward. So 10 million effectively would bring the spend on 24/7 up to 12 million. That's effectively enough for a team for each ward, that each of our wards would be able to have some 24/7 crisis diversion. Of course, we can triage that based on need as well too, but it's the idea that we all have need throughout the city and that there's a need for diversion, and any time that, even if it's out in Lewis Estates or it's down in Blue Quill, anytime we can have the right responder to the right crisis at the right time, that frees up other services to go to, say, violent emergency calls in Chinatown or downtown or in other areas. So what we're trying to do here is create a supplement. So yes, it may look like a big sticker right now on a very challenging budget, but I don't see this happening overnight. I see this as being phased in, that from feedback from our partners, it would take them time to procure vehicles, to hire and train staff, to get moving. This puts us on the trajectory, though, that we are signaling as a council that we want a whole suite of services, an array of services and options. And we know that the return on investment is tremendous from the police's own numbers. And we know that, I see this. I see this as an area to build on strength and fulfill some of the objectives in the Safer for All task force. And I hope all of you will support it. It's an incredible return on investment. And again, I'm hoping we can move through this quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an unfunded service package. So we're not debating what will be in the package. We're debating whether or not we want to get the package. Is that right?
Is that a question for me or admin? I'd say yes.
How about to admin?
Okay.
Is that your read on it too?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. So that should cover a lot of bases right there. Now, the only question I have really is where the figure came from.
I think you need your first question has not been answered by the administration, so probably.
Oh, it wasn't? Sorry,
No.
I just heard a voice say yes.
No.
Yeah, I would agree. What you're debating is whether you want a service package to come forward.
Yeah, not the content of what that service package will hold.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So, and then my question to the mover, where did the $10 million figure come from?
Thanks. When we had, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. When we had the lunch and learn with Reach, we learned that they're currently spending $2 million. If we were to augment with 10 million, that would effectively bring the spend up to 12 million in 24/7 crisis response. That's effectively 1 million per ward and would allow for, currently on 2 million, they have 4 vans going out after 3 p.m. That would allow essentially a break of 2 vans per ward.
I got it. So this was your math or was this an ask from Reach?
This is my math. You'll see a letter of support from Reach in your email to this effect.
Okay, so that seems a bit backwards. It seems like we should have actually had the breakdown first before we ask for a service package for a certain amount of number, because without that letter from Reach, we don't know if this is the actual precise number, if they even have the capacity for it. So I'm a little concerned on that. So I'll just be listening from here on out, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree with that capacity concern because I share that. I guess so with this unfunded service package then, would that also come with a business plan of how that 10 million will be allocated and used and how it will be phased over? I guess first question to the mover, this is 10 million for 1 year, 4 years?
Thank you. As up to 10 million in operating funding on an ongoing basis. So I would see it up to 10 million per year ongoing.
Per year, okay.
Yeah.
And so so back to my other question, though, this will bring back a business plan of how 10 million will be allocated and used, as well as how it will be phased in 1 year.
If that is,
No, feel free if you want to respond.
This would be the intention. If this is something council wants to entertain, we would then be requesting this service package. And I imagine the next steps would be exactly what you're discussing, that Reach, the partners, the 24/7 partners, meet with admin and then build out the budget, the presentation, the timeline, etc. But it's sort of that chicken and egg of, we want you to do more. Well, how much? Well, how much do you have? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess Ms. Papri, is that what you understand as well?
So generally, when we bring forward an unfunded package, we'll work to collect the information necessary to make sure that service package is as accurate as possible. But I'm not sure that would involve bringing a business case.
Okay, or a plan. And so right now, I think maybe to Ms. Fleming, can you remind me the total? How much does the city provide to REACH currently in total? And then also subsequent to that, to crisis diversion?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Just how much does city contribute towards REACH overall and to the specifically to the crisis diversion program?
Currently, we allocate $2,972,027 for the 24/7 service delivery, and their annual funding from the city is $5.9 million.
And that 5.9 is all coming from the city, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I think this capacity issue also came up at the same lunch and learn as well, is that there are, you know, money is not the only limiting factor for scaling. There's other issues that goes into it in terms of hiring and capacity. I feel like we keep actually running into very similar themes, also with other programs, including, you know, the community outreach transit team, where we funded to scale it in February, and it takes time to fill those roles and put the team in place. And 10 million per year is a huge injection, and, you know, is the organization like ready for that? To the mover.
So from the conversation, that's why the motion is worded to say up to 10 million. I would see this as an on-ramp. Maybe in year one, it's only 2 million, year two, 4 million, year six, year three. But the point being, at some point, we as council need to say, are we serious about crisis diversion or not? Are we just interested in having sort of the rhetoric or the example to point to, or do we really want to go big like Cahoots and other programs?
Yeah.
So I thought it was necessary to set some sort of a ceiling or some sort of a parameter.
I see. Okay, no, that makes sense. And I also was in the same lunch and learn. I was a little bit surprised to find that there was a decision back in the fall budget deliberation for $250,000 for essentially what I thought was going to be an additional van, but then actually that money wasn't spent on the van, and because there's other needs as well. So I'm, you know, and I think to be fair, the organization figured out that there's some other needs that they need to fill. Will we potentially be running into this, or do you feel this gives everyone ample time to think about that plan?
So I would say there's probably much more that needs to be done. Probably a number of pieces organizationally, and maybe Councillor Rutherford, when she has a chance to speak to it as our REACH rep, she may have feedback on that. But I would say again, what this is today is just signaling intention. As we go into fall budget, we're going to have to do trade-offs and opportunity costs. There's 1,000 good things to fund, but what are the most important things to fund that'll give us the best bang for our buck for our constituents? And what I'm trying to do is just get that package. What could we do for 10 million as a sense of comparison?
Right. And you didn't identify a funding source yet. This will be part of the report that comes back. Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. First question to the mover. And do you know how many crisis lines already exist right now?
So crisis lines or 24/7 crisis diversion services?
24/7, and it's similar functionality.
So I believe this is the only 24/7 crisis response in the city.
So it's my understanding, and I could confirm this information with administration, and then our provincial, from community service perspective, there are many mental health 24/7, and there are crisis 24/7, and also family violence, community violence. There are many 24/7 and already existing and in the city for, even though, and it's crossed to Alberta, not only for the city, but the cities that as part of the province is already exist there. So my concern is we are doing, that's my question.
I think my colleague is wise to, there are many phone lines you can call, but what is different about this crisis diversion is you can phone 211 and they will dispatch a van with a team to go and help. They will actually send humans to come and help you and to help deal with a situation with a neighbor or someone who's unhoused or someone in the cold. This is an actual intervention service that prevents having to send a police car, an ambulance, a fire truck. This is the only 24/7 intervention service. It's not a phone line. It's not like the kids' help phone. It's an actual intervention.
Do we have data specific demonstrate and this model already start working?
Yes, and I emailed it to you. It's information from Reach on the metrics, the data, the numbers, the return on investment, the numbers of calls they took, the 36 minutes per call that when they respond they save the police that 36 minutes. There's a lot of proof that this already works. The question is, do we want to make the investment?
Another question to administration. If we already invested $5.9 million, and then with this another $10 million annually, is this part of our community safety and well-being and strategy implementation actions?
It could be folded into that umbrella. It currently isn't.
So current isn't, and then it could be fall under that umbrella. So that means from that perspective, that strategy implementation, and we are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What question are you asking, or is that just your comment?
No,
Sorry.
I just ask if this could fall under that. That means that is strategy implementation right now. For anything else, we are bringing forward right now is including under that umbrella and become bigger and bigger. So that means it's not, if this work is so important, and why is not originally included under that strategy?
I guess I would offer that any direction, like the community safety and well-being direction, there are, I think, always opportunities to enhance as council sees fit. If there are other tactics that can be taken to enhance overall community safety and well-being, I think that is the prerogative of council to provide.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Mr. Mayor, if I can offer a friendly point of order, we should be debating the funding package, whether that's going to be approved or not what the content of the package would be. Just a reminder. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, content is relevant.
Content is definitely relevant, absolutely. But when we start debating what the package might be, we're debating the package, not the motion for the package.
Good, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
I just would like to speak my enthusiastic support for this motion when the time is appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I first of all, I have to say, I was the council rep for Reach for part of my first term, and I love the work that they do. But I guess to the mover, we've talked an awful lot about Reach. There's absolutely no mention of Reach in this motion or of the 24/7 Crisis Diversion Team program. And I'm wondering if that's intentional, if you're looking for a broad package, or if you are actually intending for Reach to bring back a package.
Thank you. I had conceived of it being Reach because that's the only 24/7 crisis diversion that we currently have, unless I wasn't thinking of us standing up our own. But so short answer, yes, Reach.
And Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford may have some friendly amendments to that effect as well.
All right. Then the second piece is that I'm pretty live to, I think, the suggestion that Reach, if they are the intended partner organization on this, hasn't they have weighed in general support for bringing a funding package, but I'm, first of all, I think they're included in that that day of agencies, board, and commission budget submissions. Correct, Ms. Padbury?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, and they are also able, as an agency, board, or commission of council, to bring their own funding packages as they see fit. Correct?
That's correct. They would come at the time of budget.
And in the past, they've come with multiple service packages ranging from Organization for Prevention of Violence to like the neighborhood liaison piece to the 24/7 crisis diversion piece, et cetera. Correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. And I wonder, if it is wise for us to assign a tranche of money here, knowing that REACH will want to bring their own packages for areas of need, knowing that there may be other organizations that are looking for, I don't know if council knows this, sometimes organizations show up and they ask for money. And so there's a walk-on service package piece that could come from external to this environment we're discussing. And I'm wondering if loving the work REACH does, knowing that maybe it's $2 million now and you have citing for $10 million, but they could need 20, they could need 40, they could need 16. I'm really sort of cognizant that we might be pinning the tail on the budget here. And so would you be open to the mover to removing a funding amount, cognizant of, I think, the enthusiastic support this council and previous councils have demonstrated for the 24/7 crisis diversion program, and with the sort of endorsement that they should come with what they need to stand up a robust program across the city?
Yes, I'd be open to that.
All right. So, I understand Councillor Rutherford may have a friendly amendment. Could I get some indication if the funding amount is part of that friendly amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jans, the information that you had sent us, it says that the total event hours for the crisis diversion line was 8,670 hours. When you divide the 5.9 million by that, it comes out to $680 an hour.
So thank you, Councillor Principe, and good on you for fact-checking me. However, it's the 5.9 million is the entirety of the budget of REACH. The 24/7 crisis response is only the $2 million. So the stats I sent you are specifically about the 24/7.
Okay, I see. Thank you. And
so,
yeah, I guess my concern is
just hold, Councillor Principe, can you just hold on for a minute?
I sure can.
Because not everyone is privy to that information in a public way. I think it will be appropriate.
So this is the information from REACH's annual report. It is public. It's from their website.
Okay, that information is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no privileged information. This is just what I pulled from their website.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Principe, I'll make sure that you don't lose your time on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I won't use all my time anyways, don't worry. Yeah, just my concern is this wasn't actually requested by REACH. Is that my understanding?
Well, it was one of those chicken and egg saying, well, we want to do more. Well, what would it take to do more? Well, how much do you have? We can do more. When would we do this? Maybe at the budget, but so they never. I'm not gonna put words in their mouth that they came out and straight up asked for $10 million. I will own that, and I will say this is me trying to put a line down saying we have a really tough budget ahead. I don't want to. If they came in with 20 million, I would think they were out to lunch. But given the significance here, now I think 10 million is feasible, and I think we're going to end up paying that anyway for other services.
Okay, and I do see the value in having a 24/7 crisis diversion line, absolutely. But I'm just not sure if we should be putting forward this motion now or just waiting to see what packages that they bring forward.
And there's a friendly amendment coming.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so can I please amend, well, is it considered friendly to the Assembly to amend the motion as follows to remove for up to $10 million from the amendment and add that administration work with REACH Edmonton to develop a business case to expand 24-hour crisis response? Is that friendly, or is that a complete amendment?
Would that be friendly? So we are removing the.
I would not consider that friendly normally. So
can you actually make an amendment?
I'm going to make an amendment.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to amend the motion to say that administration work with REACH Edmonton to develop a business case to expand 24/7 crisis response and bring forward an unfunded service package to the 2023 to 2026 fall budget deliberations.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. So the amendment is first takes the money out, then direct the administration to work with REACH Edmonton to develop a business case, which, okay.
Yeah, so there's no dollar amount
Yeah,
attached.
no dollar
And
amount,
if it's
yeah.
been seconded, could I just?
Councillor Paquette seconded it, so please introduce it.
Yeah,
Councillor-
so I think the intent is laudable, and I do think that, as somebody that's working with REACH right now, I agree with Councillor Hamilton that they will also bring forward unfunded service packages for other things, such as their neighborhood safety and empowerment program. I know that's one that they're doing off the side of their desk, and I know they want to, but I think the intent here is to say, as was mentioned, we have to find ways to take pressure off of the police so that they can do the real business of police. And this is an example with data informed that has demonstrated that. So I think it's really important that not only, though REACH is going to bring forward packages at the budget, I think really highlighting to them that and sending the message to REACH that council supports them even asking for that expansion of the 24/7 crisis is important, because often I know in the not-for-profit world, you ask for crumbs, you don't ask for the cake. And I think in this case, the value that this response, it's not just a call line, so let's clarify that, it is an actual response to our most vulnerable Edmontonians, has proven time and time again. In need, 29,000 calls in the last year alone. And this expansion will specifically allow for decreased response time. Right now, the response time is sitting at about 30 minutes. And they think that they can get that in half with additional funding. And I think that we know how important time is in terms of crisis, so I think it's really worth the investment. But this is, again, an unfunded service package. As our colleague, Councillor Knack, pointed out at the last council meeting, it's really a procedural thing at this point to support an unfunded package to debate as part of council budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So questions on the amendment? Councillor Paquette?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. To administration, understanding that REACH would probably bring their own service package, unfunded service package forward for deliberation. I don't see any harm in this, but is that basically what it will amount to? Like, is there fundamentally a difference between this motion and what would normally happen in the regular course of events in a budget discussion?
I think maybe I would say it this way. I think as part of the normal course of budget, your boards and authorities will often come and ask for packages to the extent that you want something from them that aligns with an initiative like community safety and well-being. You can place that out there in the form of a motion like this.
Okay, yeah, that makes sort of frame the conversation. Is that sort of the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, and then another question then would be, is there, and this is, I don't know who's here with administration going to answer this, but would there be utility to expand this beyond just reach? You know, not that we want to exclude reach, but what if we want to bring in more people or more partners who can do this work potentially? Maybe they're not doing it now, but now that they might consider like, well, hey, well, if this is something the city's interested in, we can actually, we actually have capacity to help this quicker. So is there any thought to that?
If that was the interest of council, then we could put an RFEOI on the street and request expressions of interest, I suppose, for that service. So that would be an avenue, I suppose.
Because I'm wondering if it'd be better to not limit ourselves just to reach, who do phenomenal work, by the way. But if we're talking about building capacity, there may be other partners who can put up their hand and be like, you know what, we have capacity right now. We just didn't think of entering into this realm, and we don't know the answer to that right now, do we?
No, we do not.
Yeah, so I wonder if there would be some utility in adding and other potential interested partners into the wording of this motion, into this amendment.
I think, Councillor Paquette, I think REACH does all that coordination with service providers, right? So we may not need that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So we may not need that. They'll,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, this is fine. That's why I support the motion, because it fundamentally doesn't change the way that we would normally do things anyway. So might as well support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions on the amendment. I don't see anyone else. Councillor Rutherford, to close.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I think just to follow up on Councillor Paquette's questioning, one of the things we always have to look at is, and I've struggled with this one, and you bring up a really good point, because sometimes competition can create innovation, but sometimes competition can actually deter collaboration, which is what we want to see in this sector, and there's a tension there. I think I would argue that the social infrastructure is already there for reach, and to find another, to put a package out and ask for another thing, it's going to hurt relationships. There could be more harm with that, but also I doubt you'd find anybody that has the already built-in social infrastructure to do this. And I think we always talk about scaling up rather than scaling out. And I think this is a good example of scaling up. Whatever that number be in the end, and whatever we determine in the end, I hope that we see the value in this and look at scaling this up, because it is providing some real value for all Edmontonians across the city, and taking that pressure off our police. So I hear what you're saying, but I do think that there is a tension there, and reach. I really do stand behind reach being the one in this state and where we are today, being the one to scale this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for closing that. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rutherford closed on this, right? So you have...
I think, the amendment. Yes,
on the amendment.
All good.
Yeah, good. Okay, all right. Okay, please vote on the amendment.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, so we have amended motion on the floor. Okay, I'll wait for the list. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson to speak, right? Okay, let me wait. Let me see if anyone else has any questions. I see none, so questions are closed. now to speak. Councillor Tang, question or speak? Speak. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much to both the mover and the seconder, who also was the mover of the amendment. I think this is a really phenomenal motion. I keep coming to the conclusion that we come up with great solutions for our city that work, that are evidence. We can demonstrate through evidence that they're very effective in achieving the outcomes we want to see, and then we fail to scale them up. So I'm really excited for us to build on the great success that we've already seen through Reach 24/7 crisis response. This motion does exactly that, and I couldn't be more enthusiastic to support it. I think, again, scaling up this solution that works in our community will have a huge benefit, make sure the right resources are getting to the right situations, and make our communities safer. So thank you again so much to the mover and the supporter of the motion. It's great work. Thank you.
Point of order,
Sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rice, what is your point of order?
This motion, we right now on the screen, we already voted as amendment.
Yes, so we amended the original motion.
Yes,
So
we voted.
So amendment has passed.
Yeah.
It's now, so this becomes the original motion now.
Oh,
So we are
okay.
speaking on this now. Yeah.
Okay.
With amendments, yeah. Well, sorry, amended motion, which has been passed. So Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the movers and the seconder for bringing this forward. I'm happy to support. I think when I first, few years ago when I first came across, Reach Crisis Diversion, not only do I think they provide a really important service on the street, that's immediate, that's responsive, fills a gap, but I also think they are a huge, I think, data collection engine that continues to generate that evidence that we, as councillors or as council and agency and sector, even with police, that we lean on for decision making. I think I do feel a little bit. I think it's too bad that there's several missed opportunity for scaling, starting with the amendment from back in the fall budget deliberation, as well as in the most recent community well-being and strategy, that I think those will have been great way to scale in a small way to continue to help build some of that capacity and data to demonstrate the case, which, we're now asking for, come the fall, but also is to also scale and kind of get this resource out quickly to respond to a very major crisis, which I also think is the intention of this motion. So, but we're going to do it regardless, and I think just having this on the table, I think is a really important discussion. So I think it's important to have that service package. But I will, I keep coming back to this, that it's about trade-off. If we're going to move forward on this, which I think is really, really critical given the times that we're in, that there's going to be some stuff that will not make it. And I think we have to contend with that, and we really need to think about, what are we prioritizing. I am happy with the way it's been amended. Thank you for doing that, and also encourage my council colleagues to support.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So before I go to Councillor Jans to close, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I am going to support this. I think this is an excellent motion and the idea brought forward by Councillor Jans and further amended by Councillor Rutherford for more clarity and more focus. We need to start investing in services that do prevent the need for interventions and reactive interventions at later on. And, I remember, I think REACH was created around 2010 at that time, and we are in 2022. And I wish, thinking back, that had we looked at opportunities of scaling up this work earlier on, maybe we wouldn't have to had spent the amount of resources in the reactive services, which become so necessary to keep our community safe because people demand that safety. And I look at police budget, for example. In 2010, police budget was $235 million. Now it's Texas supported. I'm talking about Texas supported police support was $235 million. Now it's $407 million when you factor in the photo radar, right, which we have to make up as part of the budget process, which I'm absolutely willing to do and consider, right, and fully support the work that EPS does. But thinking back to that time frame, had we invested earlier on into REACH to the scaling it up, maybe we could have avoided that reactive cost, right? So I think we need to think about it in that way, right, and really look at supporting these kind of interventions, early interventions that end up reducing a lot of cost pressures on our property taxes, right? So that's why I look forward to the business case and the analysis done and deliberation during the budget. And I will take the chair back. Councillor Paquette, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I return the chair.
Okay, I got the chair back. You want to speak, or I see your name on it?
Sure. Yeah, briefly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover. I guess I am in support of this because I think it's a good idea. I think that we would have got it anyway, and I don't want to put a damper on the good work and excitement of putting things like this forward, but we have a 4-year budget coming forward, and we already gave instructions to and direction to administration to come back with plans that something like this would fall under. REACH themselves would likely come to us with their own asks that would probably be much like this, and we've got other helping organizations that will be coming to us with their asks. And so I guess I would just caution council at this early stage in what will be the 4-year budget from trying to front load everything and let administration do their work, let our helping organizations do their work, and come to us to let us know what they need without us presupposing or bringing them in on our ideas. Which isn't always necessarily a bad thing, but the 4-year budget is a lot of work, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And so I just think it's really important that we're cognizant of the fact that we actually have a process, and it works. And one of the issues that we've had in the past is this concept of jumping the queue, of trying to put something forward before it's time, or before other people or other organizations or administration has had a chance to really analyze something, work with organizations, prioritize things. We already just got that information back from the auditor, which was referenced today, about maybe aligning some of these things a little more conscientiously and consistently. And so, again, happy about the motion because obviously we want to do this. Happy with the amendment put forward by Councillor Rutherford. It's a good amendment, and I'm very appreciative of it. But again, just please, you can ignore this advice if you like, but I would caution that we try to do things in the appropriate order and to communicate with each other about these things before they hit council floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'll go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share a couple of things here, and thank you all for your responses. So REACH does operate a number of programs. I'm sure they would be making asks for them, but 24/7 crisis diversion, I think, is one that we as a council really, by doing what we've done today, we're putting our thumb on the scale and saying this is an area where we want to see a lot more work and a lot more intervention. I've been on the other side of the table. I was on the board of the Edmonton Public Library for 6 years, and I remember our advocacy committee meetings when we kind of be like, well, could we ask for 1 branch? Could we ask for 2 branches? How many do you think they'd go for? Maybe more, maybe less. And I remember working at the EFCL when we would come up with funding packages for the Federation of Community Leagues, and same thing. Could we ask for 1 staff? How about 3 staff? I don't know. Let's find out. And so I think it's sometimes both a top-down and a bottom-up. And I think what we've done today with this motion is say, you know, this is something that we recognize, we know is important, and we do want to scale out. So I also wanted to share that in 2021, 24/7 crisis diversion engaged a total of 16,711 crisis diversion events. And that's really significant. And that's just with 2 vans during the day and 4 vans after 3 p.m. Now, if we can scale that up and out, we will create a safer community for all. We will help constituents feel that there's a much faster response. We will take the burden off the police. One of the highest compliments I heard that we received on our work around problem properties was from the police saying, this is great, this would take police officers out of this into other police work, and having the city and fire and other partners better respond to problem properties. So I think the more we can have these conversations about appropriate diversion, we can save everyone time, we can save everyone money, we can make a much more stronger, safer community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor. We're waiting for 2 more votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes 8.6. We're done with private items. Now we're going to number 10, notices of motion.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, can we just...
Oh, sorry. Can we need 8.5, which was the options to address tax subclasses. There was no due date on that, right?
The due date is always 13 weeks, which puts it at September, but I understand there might have been some conversations.
Administration wanted November 2022.
To align it with another report, so I'm just looking to get some confirmation there, recognizing that council's calendar in November is going to be drastically altered because of budget.
So we'd like this report to come back at the same time that we bring back the subclassing report that we were looking at for for the planning and the city plan.
Yeah.
We think it's important that you discuss both those reports at the same time.
Yeah, that seems fine. Is that
Even
okay?
though that might not be in November, is that okay?
I think that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Super.
Good. Seems fine. Good. All right. That's done. That was quick. 10, notice of motions without customary notice. I have one, but I'll wait if there's anyone else has any.
Yeah, the speaker's queue is activated and I have a few, but I do not know if councillors are actually going to make them.
We'll wait for the queue to be up. Here we go. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So notice of motion, I'm just pulling up my copy of it here. So that administration returned to council with a memo outlining the work underway to revisit and rationalize the use of temporary positions within the city. And the information provided may include, but not limited to, a cost-benefit analysis that looks at employee benefits versus administrative costs related to offboarding, onboarding of employees, recruitment, mandating, training, regulatory certification, and the potential impact of this work on our permanent and temporary workforce.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone else?
And I have one other one,
Okay.
and that is that administration provide a report with options on the establishment of a framework that outlines maintenance, repair, and replacement cost responsibilities for developer-built neighborhood entrance signs on private property. And a due date for this one at Q2 2023 to the
No,
to urban planning.
no, there's can't be
Oh,
a.
sorry, don't do that now. My
Yeah,
apologies.
that'll be when we debate it next on July 4th, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, can I give chair to Councillor Paquette, right, in order to make my, so Councillor Paquette?
You have the chair.
Okay, on July 4th, I'll make this motion that administration bring an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2023-2026 budget deliberation to provide annual ongoing funding to extend outdoor pool operations from May to September, weather dependent, from 2023 onwards. And I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we are adjourned.